Thank you, Father, for the celestial knowledge that you've given. Oh, four-legged alarm's going off out there. I heard something. One second. What are you guys yapping at? My four-legged alarm system going off. What are your pants? Don't know what that was all about. I heard some coyotes. All right. And I think one of the greatest gifts that we can receive is, celestial knowledge is something that very few people, I don't think, can relate. That scripture it's Psalms 19. It's the handiwork of God. It's written in the firmament. So if you know what to look for, there's been so many signs, the changing of an age. This Jovian gas pinch, this is in the Star of Bethlehem, Revelation 13, the Apocalypse 12, Revelation 12 sign, to have the understanding to know which age you're living in instead of being in that age of deception for over 2,600 years, age of deception, but we're not in that age anymore. The firmament declares the handiwork. So just in awe, inspired to be gifted with the celestial understanding, the busos knowledge, to be a witness to the passing of an age where very few, and even to understand. Thanks for coming in. It just gets overwhelming sometimes. We're so close to this time of these four gas giants, the Jovian gas giants, for squaring off this celestial geometry. Literally squaring off and pushing Theolobo, pushing down on both sides, and then pinning us in between that magnetism. Theolobo's pinching down that magnetism. So we didn't fend well the last time. This was at the time of Christ too. So this is something that, again, it's hard to be in this meat suit right now. Trying to do the best I can with what I have, what he's given me, and every day is a struggle. I'm sure we all have our struggles, but I need to also be thankful that I have been given this understanding and knowledge, and make sure that I share it. He said, don't hide that light, in a basket, in a bushel, behind a bushel, or just raise it up, let it light up the whole house, put it on a mountain, let it shine, and don't hide it. We have to use the gifts that he gives us. Like he said, give that, you buried that. You didn't use what I gave you. You buried it. So give it to the rich man. We have to use the gifts that we're given. And that is part of what a blessing to know that the whole world is probably going to miss this event. I don't even know if they'll even tell them what is going on, because it's already starting to happen. We're already seeing this magnetic change, in our atmosphere, across there's been massive, and I know a lot of that's Honga Tonga is going to have a massive effect. It already is. Thailand's flooded, Saudi Arabia. We're talking about record floods here, and this Honga Tonga is just beginning to ring out. So it's not gonna stop. The Earth's crust is already starting to rift and crack and break, and dams spilling over the sides, and bridges busting, and airplanes falling out. This is all related to the magnetics. All these fish die-offs, that's all related to magnetics. How do you think of bird flies? Do you know how many different animals use magnetics? Bees, there's birds, whales, fish, they all use magnetics. That's all part of this system. So when the magnetics change, of course, there's going to be like, why would a whale just keep swimming towards the shore? Well, when the magnetics change, it uses the magnetic route, and when the magnetics are off, it thinks it's swimming on that route. It doesn't know, it's just keep swimming back up to shore. Well, it's following the magnetics, currents, but magnetics have a lot to do with these things. So that's why we see massive die-offs and things like fish and birds, and they all use these things. And obviously with our technology, we mess with a lot of this stuff with towers and radio and microwave and 60 gigahertz oxygen absorption wave towers. So just to get started on what they have in those things. But they do affect the animals. So I do want to say that because we go outside of our borders, which is an apostasy to the New Testament, and then we travel around the whole, all the oceans, land, everywhere. In this time and space that we're in here on this rock, and the militaries get a free pass. The biggest polluters on this planet, probably kill more animals, is the militaries. When they have wars and stuff, how many animals die when they blow things? Never everybody counts that in war. I know they think about the people, but never everybody thinks about how the life has been lost. War, all the animals, and the militaries destroy more. They get a free pass. All this fart and cows and global warming. Al Gore, get back in the closet, Al Gore. I mean, your children are never going to see snow again. All the polar bears are going to die. The ice caps are going to be. What a freaking, why hasn't that guy been taken and put in prison? It's ridiculous how long this stuff has been able to go on. And CO2 is plant food. They get rid of CO2, they get rid of you if you ain't figured it out. They already had you breathing your own carbon monoxide, putting your face diaper on, making sure you're got you all veiled, STFU pretty much. Can't hear you with that mask on. Oh man, I don't miss that. But anyways, you better get some earplugs. You better might want to buy some hearing protection. Things are about to get pretty loud. You'll know it's happening when things are really loud. Let me guarantee you that. As a veteran, you'll know it'll be loud. You better have some hearing protection. There's a good prepper tip for you there. Preparedness. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. You like to be a failure? Go ahead. Don't do it. Don't listen to me. Go somewhere else, please. Bye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Remember Noah? Bam. Remember the foolish virgins? Bam. So go buy some toilet paper for your bunghole so you're not fighting somebody and trying to cut their head off for TP for your bunghole, or maybe some box of macaroni and cheese. You're fighting somebody down there for the last box of mac. So maybe a can of ravioli or something like that. So anyways, brothers, sisters, this Jovian pinch is continuing. We're already really seeing the effects of it now. And a lot of it has a massive effect because the magnetosphere. Okay. Let's not fool ourselves with what's going on here. We've been continuing to have a huge effect. G1, G2 magnetic storms and seeing auroras this is getting quite, if you know what's going on, this is quite obvious that this is going to continue over this next, couple months till we get to this, this pinch, till we come out of this alignment, and then we'll, we got to come into April where we'll swing out, it'd be away from all these other magnetic bodies, but then we'll swing out all by ourselves. But let's focus on getting through, October 1st and focus on the magnetics. Go watch my videos. Watch David. He just put a video out of talking about it. I don't, I like how David's covering it, but obviously how I'm covering in this is a completely different aspect over here on this channel. So David's work is outstanding. I appreciate his work on the subject. I'm glad that there's a second witness. God always declares at least two of them. So thank you, Father, for giving me the understanding, celestial understanding that, 70 AD is when the temple was destroyed. All these things that happened at the time of Christ. And here we are again, the changing of an age, 2020, the Star of Bethlehem, 2015, the Revelation 12 sign he spoke of, the second coming in the stars, 2017, Revelation 13, 2017, all these, count one, Star of Bethlehem, Shiloh sign, count two, before the Revelation 12 sign. All these things were the enemy footstool sign, Jupiter at the foot of a ficus, all these things were celestial markers that the whole world has missed. And I feel so blessed to have been a witness. And now I'm not going to let this one pass without blowing the horn as loud as I can. This is a very important time. If this happened at the time of Christ, we're talking about something that happened, 2 centuries, over 2,600 years ago. You might want to pay attention to what gift, Busos knowledge that I'm trying to, I know it's going to fall on deaf ears. People aren't, even a lot of people do a lot of things for entertainment. They don't actually jump, they like the idea of doing something, but they don't ever actually do it. And that's okay. I'm not trying to change or make anybody do a thing. It's okay. It's not going to be the end of the world. This is not an end of the world event but it should be an event that should be obvious before that time. If you catch on to what I'm saying, you should be able to look around. And all I'm telling you is this is affecting our weather, the way these magnetics affect our magnetosphere, the way these, this great gas king, Jovian giant, when it pulls and moves around, it is the first largest Jovian gas giant, and it's the second largest to our sun star in our solar system. So when it moves, it tugs around everything else magnetic wise. So might want to pay attention to that celestial body. It was the one that the Magi, the wise men, were watching that birthed the king. When it birthed and married the morning star, the passing of Jupiter and the passing of, the marriage, the union, two becoming one, two celestial bodies becoming one porthole, one ring, one marriage. That's why they love their ring. That's the black hole sun. That is the Ouroboros. That's the serpent eating its own tail. That is the halo. That is time overlapping itself. They always rob everything. That's an eclipse. Okay, these are the same things. This is the turn up, turn down, Under Armour, Visa, MasterCard. It's throughout. I already shown you over and over again. This is the birth of an age and the birth of a king. This is what happened at the time of Christ between 2 and 3 BC. At this time, and then to continue to watch that they didn't fall asleep at the wheel. They continued to pay attention and not, he tells us he will come like a thief in the night. So we know to be watching. The watch is at nighttime, brothers and sisters. We won't know the day or the hour, but he said he would come in the night like a thief. So you should be burning bright and your lamps trimmed. Nobody knows the day or the hour. I'm not calling for the end of the world, but this is something that we should be paying attention to. If this is what happened at the time of Christ, it didn't end the world back then, but it did send us into 3 days of darkness. And I'm not trying to cause any alarm or dismay or cause you to stumble or, we're already in the sixth extinction event. Back in 2020, when we left the age of deception, welcome to the new age. 99+% of the world does not know that. Evil does, absolutely evil does. They do it all by the stars. Everything is done by the stars on this rock, plane, dimension, time, whatever space that we're in, whatever you want to call it. But it is something that these celestial markers show us. It's a clock up there, not some kind of you know, hey, you got a hot date next week. Let me come here. Let me read your palm. Let me come and rub my tent and rub on my ball here. Crystal, tell you future lies and fortunes. And, you know, it's all astrology. It's nonsense. It's hocus pocus. There's no validity to it. It's all a bunch of made up mammon hogwash. So, yeah, low energy swine. There's nothing to it. It's lies and deception. And that's what they do. They pray to their ancestors, deities, demons for fortunes, lies. So that's what they're doing. They know this. You know, I mean, it's kind of sucks to be in a world where most of my brothers and sisters don't even know this is going on, and the devil knows, the demonion, distributed fortunes, lies, and a third of his dominions down here, or dominions, demonian minions, or whatever they are. A third. There's not just one pokey, red-headed, leotarded little kitty devil down here. Remember, there was a third of them messengers that were angelos, that were cast from the class that were ruling, the high class, the heavens. Is the ruling class, and the earth is not something that is spinning around. God didn't create a planet, and the earth is not a planet. Earth is the ruled. I want to read your scripture and stop letting mammon tell you lies, because that's what most of the world believes. They don't even know they're in a brand new age of, whoa, welcome to the new age. They say it in the music. Who do you think controls the music industry? The demons, the distributors of fortunes, lies. Remember? Television, visual, verbal, digital, celestial voodoo. Watch it. Careful. He said the stars could be corrupted. Yeah, you better know what you're looking at. You better know what you're looking at. Seriously. The most amazing moderator on YouTube dropped a link for Informed Christians. There you go. You want some celestial knowledge? Go see Brother Daniel Elijah Vallis, and he'll give you celestial understanding. Look up, for your redemption draweth nigh, brothers and sisters. Red Dead, right? Nope. Yeah, well, yeah, he paid the bride price. The gospel. The gospel, right? Red Dead, redemption. He will return. He already paid in blood. He already paid the price. The Redeemer, he paid that in blood, remember? He is our Redeemer. So, heck yeah, Red Dead. The OG, right? Back, returned from the dead. Raised Lazarus from the dead. So we make sure we're talking about not some other Jesus. Didn't watch David's video today, but he put out some pretty good David. I missed something the other day too, guys. I missed a True Stream Media, guys. You might, if you guys haven't seen True Stream Media, haven't watched their video. It was something about starting out the space race with a lie or something. So I was going to watch before I came on here, but I was like, nah, I want to go on and go ahead and get on there. I don't want to try to stay on here too late. And I did a bunch of stuff today, man. I wish I had about 5 more hands and, yeah, it's because that he is our Redeemer. He's the one who paid the price. Redemption means you were already bought. You already bought. You haven't seen his video today? David put out. I've been working all day long. I woke up early and took a late lunch, and then I don't know if I think I came on here in this morning. But anyways, we're running out of. Guys said this winter's coming fast and hard already. This La Nina is dipping off faster than the La Nina that ever has in recorded history since 1982. They started the recording of the La Nina and the cycle of our oceans, where it goes from hot to cold, hot to cold, hot to cold. There's a drag I already figured out how this works. It wasn't even that hard to figure out how the La Nina is the drag between the solar cycle. The average 11-year cycle, when that switches over, there's a time where it takes the ocean a minute to catch up in that time, and that's what creates that La Nina and El Nina cycle. It was nice and warm here today. It was 4 degrees, so it's still nice and hot, but I'm in the desert, so same thing. You're in the desert if you're in Arizona. We got hot days and cool nights. whatever. I was born in the desert. I'm going to die in the desert for sure. So that's where I got to be. I'm a wandering Jew. Got to be in the desert, right? And wandering inwardly spiritual Jew. Okay, not some fake Jew. No, don't wish for that hot to go away, crows. You guys forget about this. I'm telling you guys, listen. Enjoy your heat. Deal with it. I know it's hot, but you forget cold could be so hot it'll feel like it's burning you. I've been extreme mountaineering, cold weather. I did all my Arctic training in Alaska, okay, the Bolio Range in Greeley, Delta, Alaska. Okay, let me tell you, I know cold. Trust, you need to enjoy this hot weather. This earth is a frozen ball. If you know your cycle, this Al Gore nonsense, CO2, oh, your kid's going to die or whatever, the globe, not your kids will never see snow, all the polar bears, that's all nonsense. Just like it's been way warmer. Listen to me, brothers and sisters. I've been hearing people say this, and I want you to understand this. I know you can get warm, but you forget it can get so cold that it can feel like it will burn you. So please enjoy this warm weather, okay? Don't be in it too long because that's a hot white sun, but don't wish for that cold yet. Let it do its thing. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of you guys, it's hot, and I know you got to deal with it, but try to enjoy these last days that we have of the hot. Get that sun. Get out and get in that sun. Please, guys, get as much of that natural vitamin B12, in your body before winter comes, and store as much as that up as you can. So you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's when I stayed in Delta. We stayed outside 2.5 weeks, never got any warmer than negative 40 degrees. Not one day was above negative 40. It was colder than that the whole time. Stayed outside 2.5 weeks, no cold weather injuries. Seriously, it was pretty extreme, and I lived up there I lived in Alaska for years, but I'm just saying that was a really extreme experience. So don't wish for the cold yet. Enjoy your heat. Enjoy that sun. Get out and get in it when you can. Don't get too much of it, but make sure, again, what I'm saying? Please, I know, because I've been hearing people say this for the last couple of weeks, what I'm saying? And I know when it's hot, it sucks, but there's, don't wish for cold yet, because cold will get as cold, so cold that you'll feel so cold, it'll feel like you are being burnt. You got to forget how cold is, just as extreme, and cold kills more people than heat, brothers and sisters. Okay. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So, anyways, I hope you have a good food plan as we dip off into a colder cycle that we're going to anyways. It's just the cycle we're in. Yeah. Well, we're going to get snow, but I'm not talking about, you're going to probably, like I said, look at a lot of these. I believe the Farmer's Almanac is going to nail it this year. I think it has for the last 4 or 5 years. They use, let's say, a lot of the same stuff I've been looking at for a lot, the solar cycles and there's, the wind maps, the upper jet stream. There's a lot of things that, the sun, the energy coming from the sun. There's a lot of the magnetosphere. There's a lot of things that are going to affect, your full sun plants now do better with partial shade than they do full sun. A lot of full sun plants can't even make it in the full sun anymore because the sun isn't the same. So you got to be able to adjust. I've been in the spot where I've been at I've been in the best spot. I'm telling you. And I'm not like I'm special. It's just this area. I feel like there's been a protection over this place. It's been super mild. It really isn't bad. It's been last year. It didn't even really get into the 20s in the morning time. It didn't even 30s in the morning, so then back up, 40s, 50s, but it was pretty mild, has been really nice here the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. It really has been these last couple of years. I'm telling you, the spot where I'm at, it's like God has put a protection over this place. Even weather, I see weather go right around it and below it. Just look where I'm at. Go all through the maps. You can go through all the weather overlay maps. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, this isn't even real. How's this happening? But it is what it is. There's a lot going on at this place where I'm at. A lot of people don't know, but I know. Whatever, like I said, 99% of the world thinks they don't even know we're in the age of revelation. We're in the last book, brothers, sisters. I hope you've figured that out by now. That's the beautiful thing about having this celestial understanding. If we're in the age of revelation, that's the Aquarius, the sign of Aquarius, the water bearer. He said, go to the man with the water, right? With the vessels pouring, give me that. Yep. So there you go. Hallelujah. Welcome to the new age. Welcome to the age where deception has been, lifted. The Toto's pulled the curtain back, and you can see you don't have to be afraid of the big man on the screen. It's just some man behind the curtain pushing buttons and levers. It's the devil distributing lies and fortunes. But they still got 99% of the people looking at the big screen, guys. It's not, if you have eyes to, the veil has been lifted. You know what I'm saying? Then it's, it is what it is. This is like one of the most amazing times to ever be a witness to. I'm glad that when I'll pass, even if it throws me in hell, I don't fear going to hell or heaven or whatever. I don't fear death. It would suck to lose this knowledge, because I think the greatest fortune that I've ever gained, beyond any kind of silver or gold that I've ever obtained, how many pounds or whatever, stacks or whatever, stack of my chips or whatever, land, whatever I've owed or whatever, didn't matter. Nothing could amount to the treasure to be a witness to a passing of an age, and the whole world missed it. And that's happened, almost 10 years ago. That's been Decamai. So, what an amazing time. I'm ready to die. I'm ready to go home, be with my Father, or go be in hell and gnash teeth and miss this knowledge and wish I'd done. I'll just probably be like one away from getting out of hell. I'll be like, it'll just be one. Man, if I just done one more thing or something, and it's not my works, brother, just trust me, it's not my works that's going to get me there. So, but that's kind of how the story of my life is. I'm always just one step away from, having whatever it is, what it is. Wouldn't surprise me. Going to hell sounds like a little bit of a rest, but it's okay. Most people don't know what hell is. But I don't think he's done with me, so I think I'll have to serve. I've seen the new heaven and the new earth in Scripture, brothers and sisters. I'm not a prophet, but I can see, because I read the Word enough. It is my favorite. I am apocalypse. That's what I am. I do that I don't say that for no reason. It's the aletheia that I seek. He says, seek and you shall find. Ask. So it's there. So I'd love to reveal that, pull the lies off. And that's why when I got arrested, they asked me what my name is. I said, I am Apocalypse. I am Revelation, because I know what time it is. I don't, he said, when they throw you in front of their magistrates and their judges, you'll know what to say. So I knew what to say, because I know where I'm at. God has my back no matter what happens to me. I don't care what happens to this flesh. He said, fear no man, fear nobody, fear no man, no woman, no nut that can take your flesh. Only fear the one who can take your soul. So you let no man take your crown. And so your soul is going to sit in the dirt and gnash teeth if you don't receive that kingdom. Now, you may be ruled, it's something I have to consider, and I don't, because it's not for me to decide. My focus is on the inheritance and not to be ruled. I don't let the principalities rule me in this world, but I'm tired of the evil being here, and I know he'll take it. So it wouldn't seem, I'd rather sit in hell than to be ruled. That's right. I'd rather sit in hell and gnash teeth and just wish that I told you, one step away, but I do not want to come back to this place, time and space, when he creates a new heaven and earth, because it's right here. You know what I'm saying? And be ruled. And there'll be no evil here, but I want to see the Father. I want to see the Hamashiach. I want to be with him. I've always told my son that, you know, he's always, why do you push so hard, Daddy? Well, most people won't get to see the Father. I know where he's at. He's seated at the right hand of the Father. He said he would stand up. He would come back. He would make his enemies his footstool. He said your enemies would be ashes under your feet. So he said he would leave this place and prepare a place where his Father was at, correct? It was a house of many rooms, a mansion, if you will. And he'd come back and redeem us, brothers and sisters. That's why it's so important. I guess why I've always just look up where your redemption draws nigh, why I've always been just overwhelmed with, my dad called me Spacey Tracy. I mean, it couldn't have been anything different than other than space brain. My dad couldn't pull me into this world. He struggled a lot. Like I said, I was just not a very good kid. I didn't listen to my dad, and I got, in trouble a lot. Got my butt whooped and grounded and didn't get to do things that my brothers got to do, and it was my own fault because I wouldn't do the world. I did enough to get by always. Barely. What it was because I was always had something else going in my head. You know what I'm saying? There was something greater in my head than the world. So if you look at my report cards and you look at my brother's report cards, C's and, I get my butt spanked if I got a D. I get whooped. I got an F one time, and I didn't see my mom for, I think it was a couple years. My dad didn't let me do anything. He kept me as a slave. It was all right. I deserved it. I shouldn't have done that, but I knew better. I had to try. I had to always push the envelope as far as I could. I was that kid. My brothers were pretty easy to deal with. They were like honor roll, never missed a day in school, all that. But anyways, I wouldn't change it because the Father made me that way. I know that. And so I think it's better to have time than money and knowledge than money. And I'll take that any day. So I think that's why I live alone. And I'm not saying that women are superficial or anything, because men and women are both the same. They pretty much respond, but it's hard to find somebody who loves you for your knowledge in this day and age. Oh man, I fell in love with him because his brain, because his celestial knowledge, Busos, Bathos, his mind blows my mind. Something like that. But anyways, never mind. As you were, carry on. Celestial understanding is the greatest gift that I've ever received from the Father, brothers, sisters. And it is because it's a clock. So I'm not deceived. And I don't feel like I have been for, like I said, my dad died celebrating, trying to get the house ready for Christmas. It killed my dad. And so I've said before, if he just would have read the book of Jeremiah 10, maybe something would have, but it wasn't in the will of the Father. So I can't, change the history that my father chose for my dad. That was just it was the 80s, it wasn't 70s, 80s, it was there. People didn't study it, brothers, sisters, like they have today. I mean, you could have found out in the 70s and the 80s that Christmas was a, Saturn festival of the Yule and feast of the Yule and all these things, but nobody sought it. Nobody sought that aletheia, that understanding. I mean, Christmas was banned in America over 300 years ago. So it wasn't like it was hiding. It was been there. Seeking ye shall find. So I don't always understand what the Father does, and most time now I don't even particularly try to even not care. I care, but I just don't try to change it, and I thank him for whether it's good or bad. I don't want anything other than his will. I did enough in my life that was hit my own will to deserve. Well, not I don't. I really wish I could wipe that. I haven't. Man, it's been a long time since I've said that. I think it, but I don't ever say it. I don't feel deserving of anything. I don't deserve anything else in this life. Nothing. If I never gain another thing, I don't care if it's material. I told you I have treasures beyond what I could have ever imagined, and to have this chance, this opportunity here that the Father has given me to share this celestial busos knowledge, understanding this about even like this Jovian, geometry, this great celestial gas giant alignment it's insane to think that we were here during time that these things happen and the whole world missed it. Yeah, that's all I pray for, Lisa. That's all I pray for. I just pray for his will. And you might have seen people, if you follow me for a minute, people, hey, what's going on, baggy pants? Easy to get caught up in the material world. I need advice. Okay, well, let me see here. So, hey, yeah, it's hard. Remember your father's in heaven, your dad, baggy pants is not your father. So, I don't know how, if you're like still in the age where you live with him, and you're still under his roof or something, because that happens in the time we're living in, because things are so, so hard. The cost of living is crazy right now. One income used to cover the whole household. A man's wife could stay home. He could send his children to college. He could pay for the house. He could have extra money for put in investment. He could, and still have money in the bank, and now it takes two incomes just to make the average, medium home price in Bend, Oregon is $800,000 with the taxes and insurance at the rates of today. That's $1 million. Who makes that kind of money? That's insane. So I'm not sure, but, so yeah, if you don't live with your dad, then don't worry about it. You don't have to sup with your dad. You're not going to be with your dad after you die. If you make it to the wedding, if you have your name called out, your dad is not your father. When it says honor thy father, you don't have to honor your dad if he's doing things that are unrighteous. So I'm not trying to separate you. Cool. All right. Well, don't overdo it though. I mean, I ain't trying to go there because I know how that. Yeah. Hey, much love for trying though. You know what I'm saying? Much love for at least giving it effort. That's what you're supposed to do. Love thy enemy like thy love thy neighbor, like thy love thyself. Give it a chance. And if you want to visit again, but don't. Yeah, you're right. Connect with your dad and pray on it, and pray for God's will. He'll show you the way. Yeah, be careful. I don't know. Arizona 2, please. There's a lot of that TDA. If you've been watching, are you paying attention to these Venezuelan, migrants that have been here, obviously got in been flown in out here. Please be careful because you're down there near the border, Arizona. They're here. They're all over there. Even this little tiny town I live in, they're everywhere now. You guys, 29 million people live in Venezuela. That whole system down there collapsed. Remember the boulevard I was talking to you about? It was $5 for a cheeseburger, and then it's 500. 7 million people have left the country. Where do you think they came? They're Salvadorian. You guys didn't know a Hispanic person, if it was Mexican or it was Latino Hispanic, you wouldn't know if they were from El Salvador, if they were Salvadorian, or if they were Argentinian, from Nicaragua, or if they were from Venezuela. They're a Mexican to you. You know what I'm saying? Are you hearing me? So they're here, and they have been taking over apartment complexes in Colorado. They've got them in New York. Now they've got the military. This is posse comitatus, brothers and sisters. They're not supposed to use the military. That's against the Constitution in a law enforcement capacity. You know what I'm saying? So, This has all been planned out. This has been happening before Trump, right? He inherited it from Biden, right? Or Obama Trump, or whatever his name was, Barry, Barry John Trump, or Obama John Trump, or whatever his name was, right? The 44th behind buddy, the other guy that followed in front of him, that guy, remember, 45, and then the other guy gets behind him, and they do the hokey pokey and turn themselves around. That's what it's all about, So if you understand, this has been going on, the same issue, since I was a kid, younger. They were coming across. I grew up right next to the border. Used to go across the border at least 3 to 5 times a month sometimes, on average. Seriously, spent a lot of time, down in Mexico. So I love Hispanic people. Hispanic people are amazing people. Familia, one of the few people. A lot of them are pagan because they're Catholic, but it's all right. They still have good family traditions where most of these, they still sit down, eat together, have, celebrations together, which in celebrations, that's all blotted out and nailed to a tree. But anyways, it's still how much money have you sent back to people back home, and they have a much better morals, in my opinion. Every ethnicity has its own issues and their own bad, add up. There's a bad apple. It seems like in every cart, that you got to get rid of. A little leaven's a whole lump. So, but don't let it, don't make a think about the whole apple cart just because you got one bad apple in it, or 2 or 3. That doesn't mean that the whole apple cart is bad. So like what's going on right now in Colorado, brothers, sisters, most people who have come here from Venezuela are not bad people. We did a lot of that, and I've been talking about on this channel for about 6 months almost, or probably almost a year, about how we've displaced these people and they've come here. So this shouldn't be a surprise what I'm telling you, okay? But there are now groups of men, just like I said, under this administration and following under the Nimrod Tower administration. They remember they had $500 million that they solicited the American public to build that wall. And Mr. Biden or Obama, he had a $500 million bill already passed when Mr. Phallic Tower, Mr. 58-story thump tower, right? Nimrod Tower. I now have the tallest building after he dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. That doesn't add up. You do the math. Are you on that Common Core math? 2 + 2 = 5. I don't want to hear it. Get out of here. Stop trying to move the goalpost on me. 2 consecutive quarters of negative earnings is called a recession. I don't want to hear about your unemployment. Get out of here. You're with that wokeism stuff, trying to forward and pervert this. See, posse comitatus, brothers and sisters, are not even allowed to use the military in a law enforcement capacity. To have these people in New York right now, guys, they have military, Marines, and Army inside hotels with these people where they're holding these Venezuelan people, brothers and sisters. This is live. This is happening. You might want to pay attention to this. If I'm saying something about it, I wouldn't just run my, jack my jaw here for no reason, beat my gums, okay? I'm not kidding. This is something that I've been telling you about for about, a year solid, off and on, trying to make you understand that most people came across here are good people, paid more taxes than Whitey. We got his hand cramped to the controller, Warcraft, World of, Call of Duty. His KD's more important. He don't pay any taxes. He gets food stamps and sits there and just mooches off the system. And these people have come into the country, used to be illegal, and they shut their mouth and didn't say a word. You understand? Came in here and got a job the first day, paid taxes, got a car, paid taxes on that, got a cell phone bill, paid taxes on that, got gas, paid taxes. They pay way more taxes than Whitey. Okay? And you want to talk down on these people. They picked your food and put it on your plate, but you couldn't get up and even get a job. So I'm tired of the downplaying on as many people have come. This was the melting pot, a nation of immigrants trying to keep out all the immigrants. What kind of sense does that make? Now, vetting, Ellis Island, this used to have checks and balance, brothers and sisters, but that's not what's happening anymore. And so you need to pay attention. Obviously these poly, meaning many, tick, meaning bloodsucker, politicians, many bloodsuckers don't have your best interest in mind. No, they don't. They sent all your money to Ukraine. You got dead Americans, children that die in America, and your money's going to Israel and Iran. So don't sit there and tell me that they have your bet. They would have all these military base all closed down and have all these military members here, and we wouldn't even have a border problem to begin with, a budget problem. All these things are these governments, guys, are against you, whether you figured it out or not. They're not there they were there to protect your enable. I don't care if you believe in God or not. God-given rights. This is one. I don't care if you believe in God. One nation under God. So you probably believe in another Jesus, another gospel. So I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep, but there were inalienable rights, organic, natural, law, blacks. All these laws are the laws of the land. And they're protected by the Constitution, Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. They're to protect a constitutional republic, brothers and sisters, not this demon democracy, that's called mob rule, brothers and sisters. People, their ignorance is just abound, brothers and sisters. Their hearts are wax cold, and the word of God it's not in them. It's not written on their hearts. And so I know I'm not here to change anybody, but at least you can speak up about it and say something. Just don't go by down. Remember in Psalms, he said the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. Good men, good women, I don't care. Speak up. Use that light that he gave you. Do not hide it in a basket. Let it shine, not rise above others. That is pride, but you do need to share it. That's what he said. So if you're taking any of this as a blessing, as a message, that's what we're here to do. Be not partakers, Paul, Ephesians 5, and their unfruitful works of darkness, brothers and sisters. Expose them, shine a light on them, rebuke them twice if they don't want to hear it. If they're on the broad way, show them where it says that in the word, and then judge them with righteous judgment. No, it is. It's a great falling away from the aletheia, from the gospel, from the Ruach HaKodesh, from the living, true testament that we're under now. Nobody wants to go by it. Everybody wants to fight. They're doing it now. You Americans wouldn't speak up. You wouldn't. Guess what? You got your hand cramped and you're down there at the dispensary and you don't even grow your own cannabis, you moron. You get this cartridge that's full of crap and literally, I mean, that's moronic. You should grow your own medicine. If you're in a state that you could, but instead you're getting dependent on dispensaries. And I warned of these dispensaries. This is the federal government's going to come in. Now that's allowed the dragon to come in and put stuff in your little, you've turned something that's been around since time immemorial. That there was a man frozen in time, the oldest man they found frozen. He has a satchel on his side and there's cannabis, female cannabis in his pouch, brothers and sisters. But we have abused it in this way by dispensarying and no. Nobody's ever died thousands, millions of years from puffing on a little flower. Okay. But now they did put down and made different kinds of hash and stuff, brothers and sisters. But what they've done to it now with all these additives and auto flower and all this it's terrible. Okay. So I don't like what, they take something that God made for us to use on and then they do something like this, so this is the falling away. You let the government get involved. This is what's wrong with people in America. People are too stoned out of their minds, smoking all this auto flower, indica, twist, they can't even get their hand off the remote, or their ass has got Velcro on it and can't get off their couch, and make people who use medicine medicinally, purposely, properly look like, and then that's why they've been able to capitalize is on people like that. And I'm telling you right now, these people are just, I think they'll affect more people through the cannabis industry by them just becoming, their minds are numb. They're like Pink Floyd, Roger Waters, comfortably numb. They're just happy in their little go along, get along kind of world. You know what I'm saying? Back to what I'm saying. Nobody's saying anything. Just whatever. And if they do, stinky Mexicans coming over here, wet back, all this, whatever. 80% of the people since Obama have been OTM, other than Mexicans. Stop. These people are just made this country. So here, they brought in a whole different class of society. Brothers and sisters, it already happened in Europe. Look what's going on in France right now. Look what's going on the other side of the drink, the other side of the pond, brothers and sisters. There's no-go zones over there, okay? And these people that they brought in here ain't no joke. I mean, Islamic people ain't bad, but look, let me tell you, these TDA, These people that are coming in from Venezuela, and it's not most people from Venezuela, brothers and sisters. These people are just as bad as MS-13, as some of the people from Mexico and Hispanic people, you know. So there, I told you, there's always a bad apple in a group, but it's not, you can't make the whole group bad because of a couple people. Stop. I'll fire you out of here. I'm too seriously, you know, I'll judge you with righteous judgment. Now we're all one race and we're the human race and we all got to be here together, good and evil, whether you like it or not. We have to learn how to make this work. Start acting more upright and righteous, and that's maybe evil won't flourish because it won't be like the school bully. You won't give into it and it'll just dry up. And that's not the way it's going to, Islamic people on the whole are bad. Let's not call them bad, but they're like a Christian with a sun god. So all Christian people are bad. Let's say that, okay? You agree with that, Fia? All Christian people, horrible. They're Satanist, absolute, just an apostasy to the word of God. They worship self. Remember, Satanists worship self and the birth of self, birth dates. We go through scripture and there's only two in all of scripture, and they're definitely Herod was a Satanist and a pagan. Satan, the adversary, the opposite. You're either with Christ or you're an antichrist. You're either with Christ or you're Satanist. There's no, you don't define most people in this world. So Satan means the adversary. And if you change anything of God's words, even a jot or a tittle, the smallest, you are on the opposite side. You are an apostasy and the adversary. So you would technically be Satan. Yeah. So do you know anybody that celebrates birth? You know a Satanist for sure. Christmas, baby Jesus, the birth of Christ, Satanist, Satan, that's the birth of Satan. Jesus, baby, by the time the wise men came into Bethlehem, Christ was almost 3 years old. That's all Satan. Baby manger Jesus, banned in America. For when he came over 300 years ago, banned, they would throw you in jail, put you behind bars, fine you for celebrating baby Jesus. Satan, you know anybody who celebrates birth? They're a Satanist. Christos Masse, right? Masse, the eating of human flesh. Crackers and grape juice, eat my body, drink my blood, cannibalism, baptism. We'll see in the years ahead, maybe towards the end of your life, you will see the Islamic world will take over. No, Christ couldn't come back probably before. I understand. I've read Albert Pike's third letter, and that was an addition to the original two, so it wasn't part of the original series. So I know they'll unleash now. I know the way it's written. I know, but they've already taken over Europe, so definitely in the desert. Yeah, I don't know. Could happen, but they're just still pagans. They don't even know. They're just Christians. Islamic is just a Christian without a sun god. Islamic is probably the most ignorant people next to like Trump people. And they believe in a pedophile. So they're probably the most vanity, vain. I would never probably go after a man. But man, if I knew somebody touched another child, you might make me go Old Testament on your ass and I would cut your head off. I probably would. You touch a child in front of me, I would. Probably, whatever, I'm gonna go to hell, whatever. God, you know what? Throw me in the pit, throw me to strip my knowledge. I'm not gonna let this happen on my watch. No way. So I'm not ever okay with anybody that is okay. He said, you better have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea. That's why I have this tattoo right here on my body. This is the great millstone. See that? That's a millstone. See that with the key? You better have a millstone tied around your neck to be cast into the sea than to hurt one hair on my children's head. Because that's not, the children does not necessarily mean an infant. The children of God are all ages, your brothers and your sisters and your mother. And you better expect that child that might have a or even an adult that has a mental disability that doesn't even know, and they're destroying stuff and acting out and do it, but they don't know what they're doing. That's a child of God right there. They don't know what they're doing. They have no idea. The voice of accountability is never turned on in their head. That is a child of God. I don't care how old they are. So you better be careful on how you look at, what a child of God is. Yeah, the sons of God. Seriously, brothers and sisters, that's your brothers and sisters and your mother, one that's going to be called out at the wedding feast of the lambs. Oh, yeah. That man over there that has no idea what he's going on, he still needs people to, that is a child of God, and his name will be called out in the wedding feast of the lambs. Hallelujah. That's the closest you're going to get to God right there. He said, you must be like a child to return to the Father. Remember? Bring that child to me. Innocent, like a child. Remember? Innocent. Does that man with she has a mental disability, can't even control their bowel movements, breaking thing. That is a child of God. So be careful what you consider. I'm just trying to shake you up a little bit so you understand what I'm saying. God's bride is not what people think, brothers, sisters. Okay. So Islamic people, they believe in infidels. So they're definitely going to hell. So I ain't worried about Islamic people are probably some of the most ignorant people on the planet because they don't even know that their religion is Christmas without the sun god. It's Easter. They have some understanding, brothers and sisters. I don't want to say that Islamic people aren't ignorant, because I think most Islamic people are much smarter than Christians. I do, because they know about the house of Esau and the Edomites and the Canaanites and the blue bloods and the red bloods and the inheritance, and they have a better understanding of Scripture. They really do. A lot of them do. It's pretty silly. I've talked with many Islamic people. They're like, wow, most good people won't talk to me because, they know, I know how, I don't do and a lot of Islamic people don't believe in touching children, brothers and sisters, just so you know. It's like a lot of Christian people think they're doing the right thing and they're just going along. It's just they're not really anything, to be honest with you. They're just lukewarm Islamists. If you, there we go, lukewarm. There we go. See, perish for lack of knowledge. So they're lukewarm. They don't have the no busos, no bathos, the understanding. And I'm not condemning them. I just judge them. I've talking with, here in the last few years since COVID and stuff, I live in a town where there's, there's a gas station. There's quite a few tourists that come through there. My bad. Get out of here. You're not from here. So anyways, in the last few years and stuff, I talk up at the gas station or something and have a conversation. I'll talk to anybody, brothers, sisters. It's always about going out and sharing the gospel. And so it doesn't matter. I don't judge a book by its cover. I judge, somebody righteously, and you'll know them by their fruits. Remember, he said, don't judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So. Hold on 1 second. What do we got going on out there? What are you boys doing? What are you guys getting into? Come in or stay outside? Go ahead. Coming in, mama girl. Mama. Come on, mama, little sweet pea. Come on, beautiful girl. Come on, mama. I'm going to shut the door and you're going to come to the door. I know it. Where you at, mama girl? Are you out hunting? All right. Okay, so let's focus here, guys. Oh yeah, these dogs they won't. These dogs know. They've been around coyotes their whole, but they do that. You're very true. Coyotes do that. They'll send out a scout dog, and they'll pull that dog is very good about pulling them back into the pack, and then the pack will attack a big dog, even like Tango's 130 some pounds, and they can take a dog like that down even. And coyotes are generally pretty much docile. They'll run away from you. Coyotes are not known to attack, and they don't attack humans. So I can tell you that. Got to pretty much curl up in a ball. They'd probably just come and sniff you and run away if you moved or twitched it. Then run, and yeah, coyotes are not aggressive like that. Now, half-breed, some of them will half-breed just like anything with dogs like they do out here, because we live out in the country, and they do get some hybrid coyote dogs they liger out, guys. You know what a liger is? And I don't know. It's not all speeds. Does anybody know what a liger is? Because I've seen them out here, and I didn't know it, and somebody told me, they explained to me, like, oh, that makes sense now, what you're talking about. You know what a liger? They breed a tiger with a lion, and it makes a liger, and they get like 10 times the size of a lion or a tiger. They blow up, they get up massive. You know what I'm talking about? A liger, how they're huge. They're like, they makes a lion look like like a little pup, They really are massive, and it's when that cross breeding. Well, I've seen some of them out here, and I didn't know what they were. I've seen them because they're like so fast, guys. They're just like, what in the, because there's a big field. I mean, there's, as far as I can see from those directions, there's nothing but grass, yeah, obviously they do that. So, but I've seen some out here, coyotes, that I thought, because there's dogs, and there's some wild dogs, a pack of dogs that run around. I'm not in the area where they're normally closer to town and out in that area and towards the dunes. I'm in a really good spot. What a blessing to be where I'm at. But I've seen them over here too, but normally they are just bolt across the field. But they're massive. I'm telling you, they're huge. And I bet you it's not every breed. There's probably just a certain species of canine that they breed with. And it might not be even a bigger dog or something that just triggers that ability to be, crossbreed. But other than that, I'm letting you know, guys, coyotes, or don't ever be afraid of a coyote. I don't care if there's packs of them. They're not going to come attack you. Coyotes are not going to gang up and attack a human. Nope. Boo! They'll run away. They'll run away. They're afraid of you. They're not an animal that will attack you. Now, I said if they crossbred with a dog, that's a whole different animal, because that's what I was trying to go over, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if coyotes not going to bother you. I don't care how big they get. I told you, they're afraid of humans. They're not going to attack a human. Okay, guys. So don't let anybody fool you or lie to you. Coyotes will not attack you. They come bark at you. If they're one of their alphas, they'll send out like what Lady was talking about, but they're not going to come bother. You can scout at it and it'll eventually run off. I might put up a little fuss, but it's never going to try to come at you and bite you. Nope, that's not the way coyotes work. They're not that kind. They have some of their leaders, well, like Lady was saying, that'll be a little bit more standoffish or something. But if you pop the shot off or something, they run away, and they're not a dog. Dogs will attack you. Canine will attack you, guys. Some dogs are just vicious. Canines are not, or coyotes are not. So don't ever be afraid of coyotes, okay? If you're staying somewhere and you hear coyotes or something out there, don't cackling, they come right, close up to my fence line. They know not to come in this yard, because I've had dogs out here for years, and they normally go past this. They don't come right, there's multiple fences out here for they, can even get into the yard. I have to set up some more of my barriers that got knocked down. But anyways, that's a little lesson learned. I want you to know that, do not be afraid of a coyote. Okay, coyotes are not vicious. A wolf, a cougar, that's different. They have a whole different mindset. Generally, I don't think even a cougar, unless it's really hungry or something, and this time of year, probably a cougar is not going to bother you. More in the winter or something like that, when it's not getting as much, when all the rodents and a lot of its, vegetation and things die off that it normally eats, it's going to definitely probably at that time might stalk you and eat you. But wolf might do the same thing. I have kind of a similar, but most of the time they won't bother you at all. I would never be afraid to go live in the woods right in the middle of the woods with the cougars, with the bears, with all that, just in the middle. I've been out in the woods spent lots of time out hunting and just walk. Used to love just going as far as I could into the woods and try to figure out my point as far into the woods I can get, so I can get back out before it gets dark. Seriously, it's fun to do. Like I said, it's kind of a challenge. Go as far as you can in. No compass, no nothing. Park somewhere and then walk away, and then just try to remember your point and walk back before it gets dark. I love walking out in the woods. It's not very recommend unless you got a battle buddy doing it. You're really good at land navigation, because even as good as I am at land nav, brothers and sisters, I'll go pick a point, and it's a challenge. It's kind of not scary or whatever, but it's just a test. It's a way to test your land nav skills. And even sometimes when I really think I'm going to come back, to a point, and there's times where I've had to come back up a little bit and, double back to get back to where I was, and, got pretty close to getting dark and went, man, had to stay the night out here and not move around and try to walk around in circles or anything. But obviously I've stayed the night out in the woods too, which is, I like staying out on that side. I love the nighttime in the woods. It's like I love it during the day, but the nighttime is so amazing because it's a different feel in the woods. I've brought people out into the woods and taught them not to be afraid of the woods. The woods make a lot of noise, guys. They do. They make a lot of noise. And if you're going to get scared at every little snap, crackle, and pop, no, ligers are not native. They're just, what I said is that coyotes breed with the dogs out here. And I don't know what species, because I've only ever seen two since the whole time I've been out here, but I believe they're crossbred coyote species that gets really big, even bigger than a dog. Bigger than a dog. Bigger than a dog. Bigger than any dog I've ever seen, and 3 times as fast as a greyhound. It was just blown away when I didn't know what it was. And I talked to the farmers because they've, yeah, well, we had the towers went down out here. So Verizon, all the towers took a glitch. They're getting ready to take the system down, guys. I hope you're ready. I hope you got all your preps, and I hope that you have everything you need. Once again, this system is about ready to be taken down purposely, and they'll bring their new system up. I'm sure they'll dangle it like a carrot in your face a few times. You bring it back on, shut it off, bring it back on, and mess with the people. Again, carrot on a string kind of deal until they're ready, and then they'll get the new system. It'll come back up, and the new one will come on. The other one will go off, and then we got this one. Check this out. Yo, check this out. Yo, check this out. Right? And you'll be like, oh, wow, free money? Universal basic income? Oh, sign me up right there. Oh, yeah. That's the time you're going to need to be living in the woods, brothers and sisters. Who's with me? Who's going with me? Anybody? No, nobody. I thought so. I'll go alone, guys. I'll go alone. I'll probably be better off in the woods by myself anyways. So I already told you I like to go out in the woods and be by myself. It's a very organic feeling. So, you know what I'm saying? It's a very organic feeling. So, I'm the man in the woods with no weapon other than my, I don't bring a sidearm. I'll bring a knife, I'll wear a sheath and a knife, but a flint and some way to make fire if I end up getting stuck there. And normally have some rope on me. We're walking with rope and fire starter and, that's pretty much it. And my knife and walk in there. And I've been stalked by a bear and, whatever, but I didn't ever. But anyways, I'm going to, hopefully you guys already know I'm bolting. I'm out of Dodge before you guys will probably even know it's happening, so to speak. I'll be like, oh, hey, I tried to get these people to listen to me and get away from chaos before they were down there fighting people for the last can of ravioli, or box of mac. Maybe some scalloped potatoes or something left. I don't know. Maybe some of that vegetarian, plant-based food. That'll be your selection. You ready to live on some plant-based food? Some Impossible Whoppers? Boy, that sure was a flop. We don't hear about it. I don't know. I don't live anywhere near where there's fast food, so I don't watch TV. Maybe it is a thing, but yeah, last box of Twinkies. Isn't that crazy? You go down that aisle and that's got all the ding dongs and the ho hos and the Twinkies and the chips. It just looks like it's not appealing. They used to be like, oh my God, oh gosh, no thank you. I might buy a bag of chips, like once every 3 or 4 months or something, and it normally goes. I don't eat it all. I will buy those Munchos though, because they don't have those very often. I can eat those actually in a few days, maybe a week or two. Sometimes I can make a bag of those last for myself if I don't, or sometimes I just tuck away and be in there for a couple weeks or so. But yeah, that whole crap aisle, the old, so Blue Diamond. What are we on here? Yeah, oh yeah. I don't know why you guys, I don't know what it is the appeal of the city. And I was born in a city, so whatever. But once I went to the country, you couldn't get me out of the country, boys. I tell you what, I've always preferred to be out of town, so to speak, not be, even when I was in like the military, I preferred to live away from the base, live away from, or the post, yeah. Narrow is the way, brothers, sisters. Narrow is the way. Are you talking about dog food line, Blue Diamond? Shine bright like a diamond. Yeah, get out of the city, guys. Please get out of the city now before they shut the gates, and you're going to be locked in your 15-minute cities, and they're going to bring their millimeter domes over certain cities, and you're not going to be able to get out, and you're going to freak out. And seriously, I've seen that in a movie too. That's in movies, guys. I didn't realize that. It's in the movies, guys. I saw a movie about that the other day where this guy was like, this fire truck was coming. He's like, stop. That's it. That's Trump's millimeter wall. He was talking about building a wall. Yep. He was talking about building the greatest wall ever. And he was never talking about a wall that you could see. Wouldn't be a wall at the border. It would be a wall around your city. Tesla. So, yeah, I only use the lamb and rice. I've used Blue Diamond because I've had dogs, because I've raised working dogs, and I've had dogs that have, some dogs can get an allergy. Like some of the working dogs, like especially like the healer and the collies, can get an allergy, and you got to bring them off some of that with a little higher grade, higher protein kind of. You can bring their allergy back, bring it back down. But I only use lamb and rice. I've used it for 15 plus years or whatever, 20 years or something. And I've supplemented with the others. But for the money, I'd eat it. It's better than the food we're getting from the store, guys. I believe that bag of Diamond lamb and rice food is better than watch. Let me grab a bag. Let me tell you if you eat this good. You tell me if you eat this good. This is the bag that I buy. This used to be in a paper bag. Puppy's like, I know what that bag is. No, hold on, see. So now I've learned too, because I breed dogs, and you don't want to give a dog too much protein. You can spike another allergy with the working dog by giving it too much protein. overloading him with protein. I didn't know that. I'm like, no way. There's no way you can give him too much protein, you know. So here we go. The very first ingredient in your dog food, well, Pants is quarter dingo. Come here, Pants. Come say hi. He's very loyal. You put your ears up. Oh, and you want to shake for the dad. Keeping the pets. He is kind of this is what I do. This is what I breed. He is the epitome of, he's Merrill, and he actually, like the collie, he has brown. His feet are brown spots instead of the black. He's quite the character. Very loyal. You can't get a better dog than this Mr. Pants. So, anyways. So he'll do whatever you ask him to do. So all day long, he'll work all day long because he's a dingo. So a lot of the times he is sitting right next to me. You don't know it. No, seriously, a lot of times he's right there. You know, look, I sit here and live stream the whole time and he's right there. You'll never know. I don't show you all the time. Oh, Mr. Panner, my good guy. You're such a good boy that I love. Oh, I love him. No kisses. No kisses. Like, Dad gave me a kiss. I get to give him no kisses. No kisses. Oh, no kisses. There, Mr. Toggy. Mr. Toggy's right underneath me, too. He's right here. Mr. Big Guy. Mr. Big Guy. Mr. Big Guy. Mr. Big Guy. Oh, he was a guy. All right, guys. Oh. I am stuck on Bendy. Bendy stuck on me. Or no, Mr. Pants. Okay, back to the show here. Back to the show. The dog stole the show. Hey, you got to feed your dogs good food. If they're that... You have anything else you want to say before we go, Mr. Pants? Look at those beautiful ears that he has. Pretty handsome guy. I call him handsome. His name is Yotter Boy. Bone. Pants. He has multiple. He wears multiple tags because he's got an extra couple donkeys. All right, he's going to go. Yeah, he's a good boy. They're good dogs. They're good dogs. Very loyal. Very loyal. So the first ingredient in your dog food is always the number one, just like your food guys at the store. When you're label... If you're a label flipper and you look through food because you're like, hey, man, I don't at least know what kind of poison. Hey, cut it out back there. Cut it out, Pants. He's trying to herd the big dog. Stop it. Go back there and don't do that. Thank you. Stop trying to hurt him. I know he's bigger than you. You can't hurt him. You don't care how small you are, huh? You guys are silly. So, okay, the first ingredient in your food, just like on yours, if you flip labels around, you're like, see, I want to see what kind of poison I'm eating today. Interesting. Thank you, Gregory. It's going to be the most of what is contained in that, whatever you're eating. Whether it's a box or a bag or whatever it is, a can or whatever, whatever if it's got ingredient, the first ingredient is always the most. So try to remember that. You see a lot of these dog foods, the very first ingredient's corn. Do not feed your dog corn at all, period, ever. Don't give your dog corn. Dogs don't ever eat corn in the wild. Cats don't generally eat fish. That's very rare for a cat to ever touch fish in their diet ever. Or corn. Cats or dogs do not eat corn, so do not feed your animals. You shouldn't even eat corn. We shouldn't even eat corn. So don't give your dogs corn, please. Stop feeding them corn. Stop feeding your dogs corn. If you have to get rid of your dog, give it to somebody else that doesn't have to feed them corn. Your dog would be better off not with you as somebody can actually afford to feed them something that was not corn based. You don't buy dog food because it's on sale, do you? The price. You shouldn't own a dog if you're buying dog food because of the. I don't even have zero income coming in every month, and I live way out in the middle of nowhere, and my dogs make sure that they've got food every month and eat better than me. Watch. So, lamb, okay, lamb. They see these dogs eat the same thing as the cats eat out here. The same thing that the cats eat. Rabbits, mice, rodents. They eat I see the dogs eat the birds. Why should I not eat? Corn is horrible for you. Get corn out of your diet. Research just corn. Research corn. We should not eat corn, guys. Notice you don't process it. You can chew up every kernel, and just like peanuts, you're going to still see it coming out your backside. How's that possible? I don't know, some kind of magic there. I'm serious. Chew up every kernel, and it still comes out whole. What's up with that? So anyway, that's not very nice, but it is what it is. See what I'm saying? We don't process it. Your stomach can't process the corn. It's the husk, okay? Even cornmeal broken down, has, and it's a lot of it's because it's now genetically modified too, more than anything. Corn has all been genetically modified. Almost everything is. So do not eat corn. A little bit's not going to hurt you guys, okay? But it's not good for you. Please look up corn, and now it's almost all genetically modified. If you can get your own corn, Indian corn, grow your own corn, that's a different animal. But if you do notice your body cannot process that kernel, if it's whole, not going to, just doesn't. So you're just basically, it's just passing through you. So tastes good, but that's why I don't want you, because everything's so heavily genetically modified. That's why everything's corn syrup. You get enough corn. You don't need to eat corn to get enough corn syrup. Don't worry. You get all the corn that you're filled with corn, whether you're eating like corn or not. Cool. So the first ingredient is lamb. Okay. Ground white rice, cracked barley. There's sorghum. There's egg, yeast, chicken fat. So there is a little bit of chicken in this meal, and it's a chicken fat, which is good for them. Oatmeal, dried beet, flaxseed, potassium chloride, which is that we have that in. Obviously, that's salt. They need taurine, brothers and sisters, in their diet. Okay, very important for their diet. Dried chicory root, kale, chia seed, pumpkin, blueberries, oranges, quinoa, dried kelp. You want me to keep going? Do you eat all that every day? Do you eat all those fruits and vegetables every day? This is better than you can buy anything at the damn store, bro. This has got 23% protein in it. Let me keep going. Okay. Spinach, carrots, papaya, yucca. I mean, you guys, are you hearing this? Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear those ingredients? Do you eat all that every day? Pumpkin, papaya, what's that freaking quinoa, oranges, blueberries, pumpkins, chia, coconut, spinach, carrots, papaya, kale, beet. That's what I'm saying, guys. This is better than what we eat. It's incredible. I cannot believe the food we eat in this day and age. And then you read it, because I've had people, you guys, I'm serious. Like, I would never do this to anybody, but I would if somebody would do this, like in a pinch. I would put this in, like, you could grind it. Listen, and I would never do this. You could grind it. You know what I'm saying? Grind it up and like use it as a stew base, put some flour in it, right? Season it. And then you could probably even like use some chunks of meat, okay? Some chunks of meat, cube them out. Now these little pieces of dog food are only this big, so they work about for every dog, guys. I take this dog food and I grind it into a paste. When I do puppies and they come off the teat, I take them and I give them a paste at first. They lick that, and then I bring them on to a little, dried, it's not pasty, and then I bring them on to a little grinded crumble, and then they go on to the little kibble, and they're on that their whole life. Tango's never eaten anything. Tango's 15 years old. Look at this dog. He has no gray in his face. No, it's 13, excuse me. Tango's 13 years old. He has no gray in his face. No gray in his nose. Any dog that's black, normally, by the time they're 10 or 11 years old, starts getting that gray muzzle that he's never had anything but diamond lemon rice his whole life. Pants, never had anything. Yachter boy, never had anything but diamond lemon rice his whole life. This dog's never been to the vet. Never had any problems. Never had any problems. He went away. He got taken away from me. He came back. He was hammered, guys. He was hammered. He had spots all over him. His whole tail was chewed off. It looked like his whole tail was burnt. You know what I'm saying? It was glossy, shiny, the whole, him chewing on it. You know, they weren't giving him the same food, obviously, giving him cheap food, probably pedigree or whatever. I got him back on the line. It's all coming back. He's back to his. You guys, this is, if you have a Pet Supplies Plus, I'm a veteran, and they give me a veteran discount, 10%. They'll also stack discounts, where they'll give you discounts for every time you buy food. They'll give you more points until you use them all up. They'll just keep stacking and stacking and stacking. So I pay about $34 to $5 a bag for this right now. That's insane. This is a 40-pound bag of dog food. I was paying that price, even some a little bit more before the COVID, guys. I originally was paying $19 a bag for this bag 20 years ago. Okay. And it, hovered around 29 for a long time, went 24 to 29. This is cat food. This is treats. Trust me, your dog. Does anybody who's got dogs? Put dogs in the chat if you got dogs. Let's see who's the dogs. Where's our dog people in here? You can put dogs and cats if you got dogs too. Dogs and cats, nice. So Catahoula, nice. Those are good. Yeah, that's another working dog. Two dogs, too many hens. Nice. Shepherd and some Jack Russells. Oh, those are good dogs. Huskies. Oh, Huskies are good dogs too. Those are a lot of work, but those are good dogs. Okay, you guys. Again, I told you a dog and a cat's diet are very similar to each other. The dogs don't, cats don't fish, and generally dogs not go around water and try to fish something out of this. So their diets are very similar. This is cat food. Okay. I've never had anybody who has had these and said, my cat won't eat that. And I said, okay, sure. But can we try and see? My cat's finicky. I've never had a cat not eat this. Guys, I've never had a cat not eat this. And I have cats out here. They're a very essential part of my farm out here. They keep the rodents down. There's a massive amount of rodents. So this is cat food. I don't feed my cats or dogs any different. And I've never had a cat, and I've had people tell me, oh, well, my cat won't eat it. And I said, well, let's get some and let them try. You don't eat it now. I understand. It might take them a day. I know cats are a little more finicky than a dog, but can you try for a day, maybe two? And that was, oh, he's eating it. I'm like, yeah, I told you they will. It's meat base. It's meat base. Yeah, oh, Redbone. Yeah, nice. That's a hound. That's a hound. Yeah. Yep, that's a hound. These two, raccoon, and bear. Yep. So I don't know why, you guys, that these people buy, and I know that cats get urinary tract infections and why they feed them salmon and fish oil and all the other, it would almost be better not to have a dog in the end. If you don't have a dog, don't get a dog. If you don't have a dog, don't get a dog. Seriously, if you don't have a dog, do not get a dog. Don't get a dog. Don't take on that responsibility in the end. You don't need that. You don't. It's not that big. I'm telling you they are, but you have to feed that dog every single day. If you think it's worth it in the end, that's fine. I will make sure that no matter what these dogs, but see, now that's something every day that I'm going to make sure I'll be burdened with, and it's not a burden for me. I'm just going to make it happen. But see, that's part of my day. I just have to, if you don't have a plan, so just think about that again. And I'm not, it's nobody would probably recommend that to you, but then you're not going to have a dog that would bark and give away your position as well. Even though a dog would bark when somebody would come, a dog would also bark and give away your position. So it has a lot of, you got to weigh the good with the bad, but honestly, I think it would be better not to own a dog. If you're without one now, just don't take on the responsibility. And later, if you got, and you came across one or something, and it came to you or something, great. But I wouldn't want to go into these dogs have kept me from doing a lot of things, guys. I'm not kidding, because I want to make sure they got room to run. I should be on the road right now. I really should. And I probably would never got all this in trouble that I got with my son and whatever. I'm not trying to change anything. You know what I'm saying? So, but they have their, obviously, a guard dog and there's going to be give its life for you. A dog, most people wouldn't give their life for you. Hell no, they wouldn't. So no, they wouldn't. No, they'll run, they'll tuck tail. They won't have your six. They won't have your back. No, they won't. Most people don't. Not when things come under fire. They don't. So, but anyways, it's very important that we feed our animals, the best that we can. And if you got one, take care of it. And if you don't, it is a blessing. It probably when things broke down not to have that animal. So if you came across one, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of dogs running around, guys. I'm serious. I don't mean to be like that, but I'm sure that you'd be able to come across a dog later that if you felt like you could take on. And maybe that'd be a better dog to already have, because it's kind of already out there and understands, you know what I'm saying? You could bring that dog into your little less, might have some instincts, already been out there hunting. And he's like, my dogs can hunt. They're self-sufficient. They bring in just as many mice and bring mice up to the door, just as many as the cats do out here. Sometimes more. They hunt more mice. They mice all damn day. And I'm serious. They go out and they're mice all day long like a cat. They're out there together, mice, and all day. They'll hunt together. The cats and the dogs hunt together out here, guys. It's such a beautiful thing to see these animals live like this. See, how could I take them and go on the road? Oh, yeah. Mice, rabbits, birds. These dogs eat everything the cats eat out here. Meat base. So stop buying cat food. That stuff's disgusting. You have anybody have ever had them switch over? They're like, I'm so happy I did that. My cats are really just, they're just super. They're just have, they're just super spunky. Their coat's good. They have no problems, no changes. I was really worried about it. You know what I'm saying? So if you can, blend their food over. This is diamond lamb and rice. Diamond, and it's the lamb and rice. They make a chicken. I like the lamb, guys. I like the lamb. I just think the lamb is, are you getting tired of the donkey and the elephant? Stock up on the lamb. Dude, seriously, I think we could eat this, guys, later. I said earlier, I think I could blend that into a stew as a base, and it'd be good. It'd taste good. It'd be a nice thick base. Be super loaded with protein. Throw some actual meat back to it. Well, they come in a plastic bag, so I don't know. I've stored them for 6 months or something, and they didn't have any funny different smells. So please check into Pet Supplies Plus, because that's the best price I found on it. You guys, under $1 a pound is insane for dog food right now. For that good a quality, you heard with the ingredients that are on it. Try to get your cats on it too, and I don't think you'll ever have any issues with your cats. And it's nice just to stock to buy all one kind. Yep, stock up on the lamb, guys. Stock up on the lamb. Hallelujah. But they have chicken, and they have one other, and it doesn't matter. Guys, I've eaten it. I've eaten the kibble. I had a guy that came over here, and he would, every time he would come over here, he's like, hey, can I get a little handful of your dog food? Because one time he tried it. He's like, dude, that's not bad. He's like, that really is, it's kind of got a meaty flavor to it, you know? And I'm like, dude, are you serious? I'm like, he's like, you never tried it? I'm like, nah, I never did. I would. He's like, well, I'll try, you know? And then every time he come over, he's like, just out of courtesy, he's like, hey, can I get a little handful of that dog food? I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know, it's like, you know, he's not, a couple times can I get another handful? Go for it, man. You're not going to eat this a 40-pound. You're going to eat a little, you know, half a cup of dog food. It's not going to, but he would just eat it like a little kibble. I'm serious. Crunch on it like it was like, you know, some kind of granola snack or something. And he said it was good. I've never eaten one piece of it. But it has its own smell to it that it smells like to me. And it smells very meaty, you know? So I think you could take it, grind it up. And I know this sounds crazy, and I'd look into it before just go through the rest of the ingredients, because there were still some more ingredients. You don't have any allergies or anything. But I guarantee you that's better than anything you can get out of a can. Yeah, I know, but that's disgusting. That is not what this is not what this is. That is just, that's roadkill. That's not, there's no consistency. When you get it, see, the problem is a lot of these cheap dog foods, guys, that sometimes there's protein in it that's higher than that's in this dog food, and sometimes there's none. And that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to change your animal's food ever. Get them on one food and leave them on it. If they do good on crappy food, then fine, leave them on it. You know, whatever, but don't be changing. See, that's what I'm saying. People who buy food because of the price, dog food, cat food, because the price, should never own that animal to begin with. If you can't afford to give it some kind of good base meal, I mean, that's its base. So the other thing that I wanted to get into as well, that I wanted to tell you about this, I asked you guys, all you guys that had dogs, I appreciate it. I got off on a little bit of a tangent here, but who feeds their dogs treats? Who buys dog treats or cat treats for their cats or dogs? Put treats in the chat. Let's spark the algorithm a little bit, guys. Put treats in the chat if you buy your animals treats because you want to love them, so you buy them all the little, whatever. There's 1,000,001 of them. I mean, they come in every little bag, form, color, shape, begging, dog and begging strips, all the. Who buys treats for their dogs or cats? Because they make cat treats. I know there's all kinds of little yellow bag, kitty, catnip treat, this, that. I know they do, Johnny. I guarantee you. I've always said that. Okay. If you guys go to your vets and stuff, if you go in any of these veterinarian places, a lot of the times that's what kills these dogs, guys, is the treats. It's normally not the even cheap dog food. It's super inconsistent. If you ask these veterinarians, them telling you what's killing you, a lot of these animals, when people just having everything, it's the treat that gets them. So please try to stay away from these treats. You know, any of this processed stuff you can make your own dog treats at home too, guys. It's really not super hard to make them in your oven, bake them, get little molds. It's really, and you can manipulate and keep all the, you know what I'm saying? Keep all those ingredients. Look at some of that stuff. And I'm telling you, what normally kills a dog or a cat is the treats. Okay. I'm telling you, you can take this dog food that I have and tell the dog that it's a treat, and it will not act any different. It will not act any different. Okay. Okay, but there's that. Please, lady in red, you don't need, there's plenty of things in this ingredient. I guarantee that it'll make your cat have just as good, if not better, skin coat with this. Oh, this has all of it in there. I just didn't go through all the. This has the probiotics in it. and that's all the other things that they're needing. So stay away from fish in your cat's diet, please. Stop feeding your cats fish. Cats don't eat fish. Cats don't eat fish. 99% of cats don't eat fish. That's never something that's ever in their diet, ever. Stop feeding your cats fish, please, guys. This is a fallacy. Yes, it helps them. Fish oil. You can put a little fish oil in their food, you know, but stop putting that so based. And it helps with urinary tract infections. That cats get that too as well. You know, there's other things, but stop feeding your cats fish. How often do you think a cat eats fish in the wild? How many fish do you think a cat comes across? Unless it sees it on the side. Most cats don't even like water. They'll shy away from water. So that's never in their diet. Diamond Naturals. Lamb and rice. Adult. Take a handful of this and put it in a bag and use them as treats, and I'm guaranteed they'll be like, oh my God, let me have another one. They'll love it just as much as they do when you feed it to them. Okay? So then get rid of your treats too, because people pay a lot of money for treats because they like to give their animals treats because they love them. And that's where you get a lot of crap. Okay? So, Yep. They don't even remember everything. They don't have to put the label of origin or the country of origin on the label anymore. They can hide anything that's more than genetically one modified ingredient behind a QR code. And that means if there's 2 genetically modified ingredients, they can put that QR code on there. So you have to go on the website. You're not going to be able to check. They don't have to. Remember, your best by date is not an expiration date. Wow, cat don't eat fish. I was just about to ask that. What, does that make sense? You know, Marisa, is that what that is? I don't know if I got that right, but how often do this food doesn't taste like it does. Yeah, so how often do you think a cat eats fish? Wild cats running around in the wild, you know, whatever cats in there, how often does a cat come across fish? Never, really. I mean, unless it's floating on the side. I'm not saying that there wasn't some little fish down they might try to, you know, but really, that's their base diet, and you feed that to that animal all the time. You're just ruining that cat. Stop feeding catfish, guys. Stop feeding. If they need something, if they have an issue, I'm telling you, you get them on this food, their coat will look so shiny, you won't know what to do. People see my dog, they're like, wow, that dog has got a really shiny coat. It's pretty noticeable. He's like 13 years old. When I got him back, guys, his hair, he was only gone for just a few months. That's all it took. His hair went to really coarse. Tango has really thick hair, but it's soft. He's a really soft dog. I mean, I've had dogs that are way softer than him, you know, like some dogs are got a really soft coat, you know. But for because his is very wavy and, you know, so I got him back. His hair was all coarse. I got him back on the Diamond Lamb and Rice, and his hair is nice and soft again. You know, he's got a nice soft. I told you all the hair is growing back. None of the problems he was having. He had spots all over him, big holes chewed. I didn't even realize how many spots he had on him. He was chewing on both sides of his butt, his back, his tail, his side, his chest. He had under his neck. He was scratching, you know, just all these, you know, he had ticks all over him. He is still I can't get all that stuff out of the front of his chest. He's just not ready for me to mess with it. I don't know what it is, but it's slowly coming out. So it will. I'm trying to keep him. He just doesn't want me to mess with it. So I don't know what it is, but I think it's some kind of, he was out in the woods, so it might be some kind of pitch or something that he was rubbing up against going over. But he's doing good, and his skin coat's coming back. You know, everywhere that was raw is now covered. the fur is actually growing back in all the places. So it didn't take long for him to get back on a regular diet. So I guys, I'm putting a big thing. I don't get no promotion from these people. They should send me a free bag of dog food every month for hitting them up. But hey, brothers, sisters, I want to give my animals the best food that I could possibly give them that I can afford. There is better food than this for the money, but I don't know. Because I've had dogs that have gotten allergies like this, guys, before. And I've had to get them on the Taste of the Wild and the Diamond Natural or the Blue Diamond and all these others to try to help these dogs, push off an allergy and to get them change their diet to get them, because working dogs can get an allergy and it gets hard to get them to come out of it sometimes. Some dogs will never recover for it and they'll just keep getting more and more allergies. So, but for the money, like I said, I don't think we could get that kind. So you might want to take some, put it in some Mylar bags and put that, labeled as secret ingredient or something in your stew. Because again, guys, I think you could probably catch yourself a squirrel, something like that, so to speak, some kind of meat, something with some chunk on it, anything that's got a little bit of meat. Grind up some of this dog food, find yourself some vegetation on the ground, maybe some mushrooms, something. You find some vegetation in there. There's roots in the woods and stuff too. You can pull out to make some kind of like carrot or beet, some kind of beet or something like that, and then at the end, throw that right in at the end and just let it come up to where it just softened up with meat. I think you'd probably just go, wow, this stew is over the top good, and you'd have a really good base, and you could use it even as like a little, almost like a meat soft kibble, like the way that, some of our, like somebody was saying, Alpo and beef stew kind of have the same smell, some of that stew meat's just kind of soft. It's just kind of, I don't think the texture would be offensive. I wouldn't cook it in there. I put it in there after I was done cooking it, let it sit for about 10 or 15 minutes. And I bet you that stuff would just, because it's a hard piece of dog food, probably soften up enough to expand up, and you just eat it thinking it was part of there was vegetables and regular meat in it. And you just be like, whoa, and it'd be loaded with protein. And I told you all the stuff that was in it. You'd be like, I don't know, man. You got to need protein. You got to get it somehow. I don't know if that's better than a protein shake or powder, but you could turn it. That's what I'm trying to explain. You could turn it into a protein powder with quinoa, blueberries, papaya, carrots, chia, chick root, all this other stuff that's in that. Like I said, you eat all that stuff every day. So people always ask me, why your dogs have so much energy? Your dog's like, he's friggin'. I was like, well, I feed them the right food. I give them the cool. Yeah, we're at 100% cool. What do we got here? Hold on. What is that? Oh, I don't know what that is. Okay. Anyways, that is something, again, I think would be good too, guys, that you better, if you've got these animals, how much food do you have put up for your dogs? I don't have that right now. I cannot believe I always have 4 or 5 bags of this dog food put away. Always. I just been on a really lean streak here with my finances in the last year or so. It's been kind of tough, but do you guys have lots of extra dog food, guys? During the COVID, they only allowed some people to buy 2 bags of dog food, guys. They limited, if you remember that too, all those restrictions. So I hope you have extra dog food. I'm serious. And I hope you have it put away and try to store it, keep it water sealed if you can and tight. There's ways to, probably the best way to store those would be put them in those bags and find some good, drums, like 55-gallon drums or something. Store 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 bags of those in a drum. So if you don't have backup dog food, guys, now's the time to go get it, man. I wish I had the money to go buy 10 bags of dog food right now. I wish I had the money to go buy it. I feel so much better in my life when my dogs have put away 4 or 5 or 6 bags of dog food put away, man. I just feel more secure. I don't like to live, And I'm not always living like it's going to be the end of the world, but I like to have that little extra peace of mind, so hopefully the Father will get something sold for me because I need to stock up. I haven't gone and bought a stock of dog food in about a year. I think it's been almost. And I'd like to put some up for later because I actually don't have any. I had to break into my storage dog food because I had some put up, but um, oh well, I'll get there. I'll get there. But please, you guys get there, please. Get there. Get your dogs and cats food that they need. It's very important that you're not trying to run there down. Oh crap, honey. We got to go. We didn't have any food, and you know what? Let's do this because it's convenient. I mean, it's going to be hard to prepare rice and liver. I mean, is it really worth it to try to make your own dog food later or something, to prepare, not just to have something, that's good, solid, consistent, something they're already eating anyways, get down and get this food while you can, guys. I don't think the price of dog food is going to go down. I do think we're reaching a point in our country where we're going to see things start to deflate and see deflation. That is the worst nightmare for them. They want things to just keep going up forever and ever. But we've kind of reached a peak in a lot of markets, okay? So I've already seen it. They're starting to do the $5 meals at the I don't eat fast food, but I've seen some advertisements for them. So they're already starting to do the $5 meals. These $18 Big Mac meals kind of shied a lot of people I see away from the fast food industry. I was following it, and some of these fast food industries were struggling at some locations, guys. I mean, seriously, there was a pretty big dent when they started, raising them, and they couldn't, price of everything was going up, but they're going to compete in the market by your quality is going to go down. I guarantee. Somebody said earlier, boy, the food sure didn't taste like it did in the 80s. I know a steak sucked compared to what it, gray, gristly, you spit half of it out, it's definitely not the same food that we eat. So your animal's food, fast food is disgusting. So don't eat. I hope you guys don't. And I know sometimes, guys, they did it with the dollar meal convenience. It was cheaper just to go get the meal, then cook it, bring it home, prepare it, store dishes. Oh my God, honey, just get a chicken bucket wing from the Colonel's Funky Chicken, man, and we'll go over to Popeyes or something and grab a bucket of chicken or something. It's just more convenient to sit down because you don't have time to prepare it. When all the kids get done with their homework at 6 and 7 and you don't have anything, you get home at freaking, can I get 25 cheeseburgers, please? How many? 25? Okay. Double cheese. Can I get 10 McChickens, 10 double cheeseburgers, and, the wife wants a chicken salad. Damn it. Oh, I'll have that's $7 for the chicken salad. I'll have 5 double cheeseburgers and 2 more McChickens, please. You can have this $7 salad or 5 double cheeseburgers and 2 McChickens. See, guys, they got people stuck, and then they yanked that dollar menu away from you, didn't they? Only 2 tacos for 99 cents at Jack in the Box was inflation proof for a long time. But I don't know, hope that's Skippy dog food with some plastic cheese and fried. And oh man, oh my gosh. Please stop eating fast food. You can buy some good. So, but if anybody has seen that, I've seen that are starting to pull back some of these meals too. Like I was looking at you guys now that places like, I think McDonald's is doing it again because Burger King, they're starting to do some of these competing back with these prices because people aren't doing these to try to bring some of their customers back, which I told you will cut the quality of the product. But places like Subway brothers sisters can't compete. They can't do a $5 sub anymore. They just can't do it. They cannot do it and make money. So if you notice, I watch, because I pay attention to a lot of these marketing things. People, where do you pay attention to all this crap? Whatever, it's history being made. So you should just pay attention. So it's being made every day. What the hell are you doing about it? Okay, I'm watching. I'm not going to let anybody tell me history. So they have to actually have seen they're doing a buy one, get one free to try to compete in the market right now with these lower prices. I'm telling you, Subway's going to struggle, guys. If they pull these prices back down with some of these other chains, are they smaller? I can't imagine. Do you guys see the size of a Big Mac in the 80s compared to the Big Mac now? it looks like a double cheeseburger compared to what it looked like a quarter pounder used to be, bigger quarter pounder. That was the size of a Big Mac back in the day. A Big Mac was quarter pounder. Now it's like little cheeseburger size. I don't need that stuff in forever. I wouldn't even let you order McDonald's in my car. Nope. It all smells the same. Everything from that store smells the same. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't care. It all has the same smell to me. And I don't want that smell lingering in my car. That's toxic. Just the smell is enough to almost take a man down. Oh, we're taking the kids to McDonald's for chicken nuggets. Oh my gosh. Chicken what? That's your kids bleached. That's what they said. We'll feed your kids back to you. That's what they told them. All those elites said that. Yep, we do horrible things to them and things you don't even want to know, and then we grind them back up and feed them to you. So it's been said, guys, that some of those rich people said that's what they do. They're into that weird stuff. I told you, they do crazy. They like eating human flesh. They're into all that disgusting paganism. So please stay away from fast food places, guys. Like, I don't know if you guys have recently seen they're coming out with just things where people are paying attention more. That cheeseburger you're eating is from like 1,000 different cows. It used to be you got a batch of meat. It came from that one cow. They ground burger. No. That's not the way it works anymore. It all goes into the same 1,000, 10,000 cows. So you're going to get the chance if one of those cows had a problem. Now you got the chance of 10,000. Yeah, stay away from that stuff. Stop eating that stuff, guys, please. It's not good for you. Move out into the country. There you go. Move away from it. You'll have a whole lot better chance of not eating it when you're not around it. Think about, 1,000 cows in one burger. Isn't that? And I like meat, but you know what I'm saying? But no way. Get away from the cities, guys, and it's a lot easier to discipline. You don't have to discipline yourself. It's not around. You won't have access to it. Narrow is the path, brothers and sisters. The city roads are broad and wide is the path, broad is the way, wide is the gate that leads to hell. You know what I'm saying? So please, get out to the country. Out in the country, there's normally no fast food out in the country, brothers and sisters. Little country towns don't have fast food. So more home cooking, mom and pop. Who wants to come out here to this little town? This town needs a restaurant. We had like 3 of our restaurants come down and shut down. I need to open up a restaurant out here, guys. I'm serious. Everybody in this town would just absolutely adore you. And the lady who just had the best restaurant in town, she handed it over to some people that are very snooty and uppity. All same for pork is from rooter to tuner. Convene. Yeah, that's disgusting. Yeah, don't eat pork, guys. Pork is a low energy meat. Eat whatever you want. Don't let me tell you what to eat. So, but try not to, I just hunt and turn my deer into jerky and burgers. Yeah, they never had a recall on deer meat. You notice that? Never been a recall on deer meat. So, yeah, I don't eat pork. Okay, cool. All right, Lisa, you and I have that in common. Cool. And you can eat pork, guys. I'm not saying I just don't. I just prefer not. I would never eat pork again if I had my way. I'll never touch that and let that enter my body. And it's okay if you eat pork. I don't look at anybody. Like I said, I went and visited my son, whatever, a few months ago or whatever. It's been a while now, about 6 months ago or whatever. And he, pork propaganda. Yeah. Oh, propaganda, huh? Okay, you go ahead and eat your low energy swine skin there and have your millionaires chase around your low energy swine skin, your giants of the day. Right? So, football, pigskin. Woo. Eat the butt. Eat your ass. Eat the pork butt. Eat the butt. You love the pork butt, don't you? Pork sliders, huh? So, but anyways, it's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles them, brothers and sisters. We're not under that. You could eat pork, so don't let me. There's no propaganda. Agree is a Nazi or something. I'm telling you, coming in here accusing me of being propaganda. So So my son, not literally, I just being so. It's like pork. They remember the soup. I'm trying to do the Jerry Seinfeld thing. Remember soup Nazi? No, you can't have this soup. So, guys, it's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles him. If you like pork, eat pork. You're not. That's not. God's not going to say anything when your judgments. It's not good because you ate pork. Okay. It won't never get brought up. Not even part of the law anymore, and it only applied to 2 houses. So if you like pork, eat pork. Pork's good. It tastes good. It's bacon. I don't want, unless I raised it myself, and I just don't have the time to raise pork anymore. I just wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. It's low energy meat. It's got worms in it that are really hard to get out of your body, and but if it doesn't bother you, and everybody's bodies works different. I know plenty of people have plenty of energy and doesn't bother. When I eat pork, it teeters me out, just drains me. So, because I like to eat it, and I'll eat too much of it, and because it tastes good. But there's a lot of things in life I do that I want to do because it's good. I don't do it. I run from it. Like, oh, that's a good thing. Better not do that. Yeah, seriously. I don't have an addictive personality, so I can tell myself no. Yeah. But anyways, the way they raise pork now is horrible, and that's why I would never eat pork. I sold meat for almost a dozen years. High quality, gold medallion pork, true, real slop, not this trash-fed pork that they have. It's just garbage. I can't believe what they feed pork now. I can't believe what they feed cows. I can't believe what they feed chickens. I can't believe the feed. If you want high energy, curve some of your diet. I mean, it is important what you eat, but what you intake, but you need to probably start curving things for your energy, to be honest with you. Sugar. Start cutting sugar out of your diet. Eat less pasta, eat less bread, and try to cut back on the sugar. Crackers and breads and all, cut back on that. You'll have a lot more energy. You will. And eat more natural sugars if you can. Things like fruits. If you don't, probably a lot of people don't eat a lot of fruit. It's expensive. It's hard to find decent fruit. A lot of it's genetically modified. It's still available, but it's just not as much as we used to add. It seems like fruit used to be much more flavorful and nutritious. And I know I steer away from a lot of fruit now because it just doesn't taste the same. I know it's not. And if I'm not tasting that sugar in there, I'm not getting those natural sugars. I don't feel like it's, and I'm not saying everything has to taste sweet, but a lot of things, yeah, if you can. It's not easy. I still eat breads and pastas, but you cut back. And then if you want high energy, what I'm trying to tell you is that what sugar does to your bloodstream and your blood is it makes you, if pH neutral is 7, that's right in the middle of, there's acidic, which is below neutral, and there's alkaline, which is above neutral. So you have alkaline, that's 7.0 and above, which would be alkaline. And you have 6.9 and below. 7 is base neutral, 6.9 is acidic. Sugar makes your blood acidic. That causes cancer to thrive. Just so you know, cancer will not live in an alkaline environment. Nobody's ever died. They tested their blood for cancer and it was alkaline because it's impossible for cancer to live in an alkaline environment. So you want more energy, get your body more alkaline. Get it out of that pH negative, because when you eat sugars, breads, pastas, those turn to carbs. Bread turns to carb, pasta turns to carb. Frappuccinos turn to carb, Gatorade turns to carb. All these things turn to carbs, sugars, and then your body teeters out because we're not supposed to eat that much carbs and breads. We've always eaten them, but now they're genetically modified and not at the rates that we eat. All this extra breads and treats and desserts and all that wasn't a thing. Soda used to be a treat, and I hope you don't drink soda. So if you drink soda, cut soda, stop drinking soda immediately. Whoever drinks soda, guys, stop drinking soda. Please stop drinking soda. That stuff is it does not, carbonic acid doesn't allow your whole proteins to separate, and you're voiding your body of nutrition. I drank hundreds of ounces of it, made myself diabetic for years. So I'm guilty, but it's probably been 6, 7 years since I've had a soda. It's been a long time. But please pay attention again. You are what you eat. So if you can cut back and get your sugars out of your diet, your energy will go up. So I'm just working on one side. See, I could give you all kinds of recommendations on what you could eat to help, but you better start learning to cut back on the things that are making you acidic. You know what I'm saying? Acidic, base, neutral is 7.0. Anything below that is 6 points. So you wonder why you're dragging ass at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You're acidic. You're on a bunch of fake sugar and your body is just trying to keep up with, you know what I'm saying? And your body's probably growing cancer in it. If you don't, you better use some cannabis or something. Go find some flowers, puff on some dank or something. I don't know, man. That's why I use cannabis as a preventive medicine. Heck no, my body can't get no cancer. My body's full of cannabis. I keep my body, not overly, but I make sure I have enough cannabis in my system. Soda water, I like when so yeah, soda water is horrible for you. That's terrible, terrible, terrible. The carbonic acid is just as bad as probably it doesn't allow the whole protein to separate, and it goes down in your lower intestine as a whole protein and becomes toxic. So stop drinking anything that's carbonated. A little bit's okay. Make sure you don't drink it with your meal. You know what I'm saying? But we tend to drink it with our meal right at the same time. And so you're just literally like baking that food, void of nutrition. So separate it, you know what I'm saying? So if when your body digests and, what I'm saying, you're separating a little bit, it's not going to cause that, but a lot of people, we drink that soda with their meal and include those two together. So carbonic acid is not good for your body. And again, I explained to you why. And that's the same thing that genetically modified foods do with us, brothers, sisters, is they don't let that whole protein. Your body is made of 2 strands of protein. Your DNA is twirling up the strand protein. That's you. Carbon base, water, protein. So it's very important that we intake the protein and at the levels. Can you approve cigarettes? No, cigarettes are terrible. Don't smoke cigarettes. You grow your own tobacco, maybe, but there's too many chemicals in cigarettes anymore. I smoked for a lot of years, but no way in hell would I ever pick up another cigarette ever again either. They're putting stuff in it that they're not telling you. I know that because every time I quit, it got harder. Nothing you do over and over should become habitual so hard. You were bitching and moaning and crying, and you thought you were going to die, and now you're doing it blindfolded in your sleep 2-3 months later, 6 months later. It's easy. So why did every time I quit smoking did it get harder? I know they're putting things in there they're not telling you. They were so addictive. I could not believe it. I don't have an addictive personality. I smoked since I was 17 years old. I was in the military before I joined the military. I haven't smoked a cigarette in 10 or 12, 13, probably longer than that. It's probably been longer than that. It's probably been about 15 years now. I bet you it has. It's been a long time. But I don't want to give my money to big tobacco either. There's a lot of things I don't do because I don't want to give my, authority, power to. Yeah, I probably should. Let me. I'm gonna make some bean burritos. Oh, bean burrito! Here, we'll heat up some beans. I think I got some beans left. Bean burrito. More protein. I haven't been able to afford any steak in a while. I haven't had any steak in a couple months. It's all right. Actually, I haven't got any. Yeah, when was the last time I got any burger in a while? I've been buying a little bit of burger and making it into chili to make chili cheese burritos. Chili cheese burritos. Instead of going to the taco hell. Taco smell. Yeah. All right. I love you, big guy. He's the biggest tuggy. All right. Hey. So, are you guys got everything ready for your celestial pinch that's coming up here? You guys going to be ready? What's your plans for the 10-24-24 event? You know, it won't be like that's just the day that this happens, guys. There will be a lead up to this event. So it's not like, oh my gosh, this is only going to happen this day. If it ain't happening by 10-24-24, guys, it's probably not, you know what I'm saying, not so. Don't think that because I say 10-24-24, that's like, okay, I got that. It should be very well obvious that it is happening now, the effects of what I'm talking about, and will continue to happen in the future. And increase sorrows in intensity, in waves. It shall increase, and we'll see more rifting and more cracking of the surface of the crust as we continue to pull closer and closer as these four large gas giants continuing their geometry, their celestial squaring off, and they will eventually pull and tug us into, we'll get pinned in the middle of this magnetism. So I hope you have a good solid plan of attack. I hope you've got about 6 feet of dirt over your head. You know, I got a nice storm shelter. You got a good man to take care of you. You got a good woman to equally yoked with you. You know, you got somebody by your side to help you through this time, because it's going to be difficult to do it alone. Heck, if you don't have a partner, maybe you got a dog or something to help you out. That'd be nice, right? Got my puppies. But just have a good plan. You know, don't do anything in a panic. Do it, methodically. And you still have a little bit of time, but you're running out of time. You know, you're tick-tock, tick-tock. Hello, the clock is, I think that clock is slow. No, it's not. The clock is fast. I don't know why it seems like it's going to days, or definitely not going by slow. They're definitely cooking by pretty quickly. I've been protein bar is okay, but look at all the other stuff that's in them. A lot of those protein bars, I look, because at one time I was stacking protein, because that's what I stack is protein, and I bought some of the powders and stuff like that too. Yep, that's what some of us are said. He sets us apart. Like, all right, you're going to be alone whether you like it or not, and I'm just going to make you have all the time in the world to talk to me. See how blessed we are, Lisa? Nobody interrupt our minds with, imagine being around a bunch of people who hated us because we're the only one that thinks the way we do. They're even more alone than you and me. Think about being in a whole household full of people and you're the outcast because you think in the narrow way. You and I have to remind ourselves of that sometimes. We got nobody to bug us. Shut the God, you guys. Oh my God, did it? What person doing? Oh, see what? Some people I don't like. I don't like people who can't pick up after themselves. Like, if you go over to somebody's house, like, do the dishes or something, vacuum, like somebody's letting you stay at their house or something, like, get up and do something. What's wrong with people these days? They just stay at people's houses. You should, if I stayed at somebody's house, I'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm staying in the hamper. What? I don't want to be in the way. I'll sleep in the laundry room. I'll put something up on top of the washing machine or something. No, no, serious. Can I do that? Guys, nobody I don't know what has happened to people. You know what I'm saying? They don't, you go, somebody stays at your house. These people just take advantage of the situation. So I don't know what's wrong with society today, guys. We've lost our morals and, not everybody. It's just, I'm saying little things like that. So see, some of us that God has set us apart, we don't have to worry about. It gets lonely. Yeah, it's hard, but at least we ain't got some people to look after. People are just slobs. And I don't live like, guys, I have dust on my, come on. I live in the desert and I try to dust at least once every week or two, but I've been building and stuff right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about having a beautiful home, or I don't live with anybody. So my house doesn't need to be spick and span and spotless, and I'm not trying to keep up with the Joneses. With the Joneses. Let's get the cheese queso. Well, I think I'm going to put some Parmesan cheese on this. These are going to be cheddar and Parmesan cheese. Where's the Parmesan cheese? Parmesan. Hold on, Mama. Mama, I'll let you in. Hold on, Mama. Dad's making some burritos. Dad's making burritos. Yeah. Oh, that one got a little crispy. You. Come on, Mama girl. Mama. She's my good mama. Did you find some rabbits? Did you go hunting? Did you get something to eat, girl? Yeah? Did you get something to eat, sweetheart? Okay. I love her. She's my girl. She's the only girl in my whole wide world. Hi, sweetheart. What'd you eat? What'd you find? Did you eat some mice? Did you find some sage rats? Whistle pigs? Is that what they call them? Prairie dogs. That's what they call them. Prairie dogs. We call them sage rats out here. Sage rats, prairie dogs. Oh my goodness, my back. My neck and my back. Oh, I moved so many blocks today, guys. Oh my goodness. It is a little chilly. It's chilly. All right. This is silly. I'm going to show you this. I don't normally do this. I used to make these when we used to go to Mexico, guys. They'd have three burritos for $1, and they would be just like this, though. they weren't really thick, like I said, but they were. You get 3 of them for. That's how old I am. You go down to Mexico and you can get 3 burritos for $1, but they didn't have a lot of beans or cheese. They just had enough though where you can. I kind of like that style sometimes. I forgot I had made these in forever because I like to put beans, lots of cheese on there, but. Muy bueno. Hey, go. No begging. Don't look at me. Oh, thank you, lady, for reminding me to eat something. You know what I'm saying? I always remember when you go down there, and it was down by the bullfights where we go down there, and we go down into Ensenada and go over to Mexicali. We move around, but a lot of times with my dad, to Tijuana. Get up in that cage, Mama. You got to jump up in there. Come here, P. Sweet P. She hears her babies. Mama, Mama. She's my mama, Mama. She's a good mama. I love my little mama. Oh, she's a good mama. Oh, she's such a good girl. You're such a good mama. Say, well, you dusted my cage, Dad. All right. Little kittens. Uber Eats. No, there's no Uber Eats where I'm at, man. There's nothing. I'm out in the middle of nowhere. About 2 hours from a Walmart. Got to live at least 2 hours from a Walmart. Yeah, when I don't eat a lot of beef, I crave a lot of from here, about 10 miles from the little town of Christmas Valley, or about 10 miles from the little town of Silver Lake. I'm right in the middle. Perfect. You know what I'm saying? 2 hours from a Walmart. La Pine's about an hour and a half from here. Oh, yeah. Making my own power. Nobody's going to shut the power off at my house. Become empowered. Become your own power company. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No power bill up in here. That's how you become empowered. I thought I was every woman's dream. I live out here alone. Imagine that. A man could build, cook, clean, raise animals, make his own power. I carry my own water. If I was here, I have a full shower, stand-up slate. Really nice shower. All hand-did, all by myself there. Well, I carry 5 gallons of water out to the outdoor shower because I like the shower. There's glass ceilings in it. I built an old building. It's really old, but it has glass ceilings in it. So when you shower, you can see the sun come in, and you can take a shower at night. So, tell you, I don't know what it is, but it's God is what it is. It's the Father. He's like, nope. You can't always get what you want. Bring out my kitties. Huh. And my boys. We removed the kitty cage today, and we gave them a bigger cage today, guys. So they're super freaking, they're loving it. They got more room. And now I gave them some toys. I hung some stuff up in their cage, so they got little things. Seriously, I'm building a new shower in the Rusty Dragon. This one's got a ceiling like this, with an old window like that, and an old window like this, right, for the ceiling, so you can see out the top of the ceiling. The new shower that I'm building is just going to have one big, huge piece of glass for the lid. One big, huge piece of glass for the lid. I got a big, like a sliding door. That's going to be the lid. The roof is going to be a sliding door glass. You're going to see out the whole, you can see out the whole lid on the other one too, but no, I didn't turn a super chat off. No, because I can still get it now. It'll just stack. I don't lose it. I found out that I don't lose super chat. So I don't get very many super chats, but that's okay. Doesn't matter. If nobody ever chipped another single penny into this ministry, I'd still come in here and do it no matter what. It's never about the money. It just helps me out for people who want to help me out. I mean, they helped bend over Davison, Harley Davidson, ball camp Ben Davison, and help a guy like that out. Maybe somebody helped me out too. So, but that's okay. I'm happy that nobody lost their money. I was really worried that month, that it was that last month, that somebody's gonna. I still haven't gotten to whatever, but they were going to lose their money that they put in. I would never do that. And that makes sense. I don't know what made me think that. I just didn't know. You know, I've never monetized a channel, and I've had several. I just never monetized them. So, but I said, you know what, man's got to make a living somehow. I spent a lot of time on here, and if somebody wants to do it, then that's on them. And I appreciate everybody has. All right. Thank you. I needed that. I see what time it is. All right. We got 100% battery. We're down here a little bit longer. What the heck? I don't care. Give me cracked corn, man. Give me cracked corn, all right? What are you doing on that one, Mama? Oh, you're flipping them over. Flipping her over, flipping the kitty over. You're doing such a good job of keeping the kitties all clean. Put the kitty box in there for the first time today, so I don't know if they'll know how to use the litter box, but they always self-train themselves. I put it in there early so they can climb around in there and kind of get used to having it in there. They're still pretty small. They're just little guys, but our girls, I think they're 4 girls, 4 pretty little girls. Man, I am freaking sore today, guys. I moved a lot of block today. But I think I have every last block that I need to finish the shelter. That's awesome, because I have been using so much block going, man, I am not going to have very much block for my house. But the stairs took a lot of block. I doubled some of the walls up. Like there was a gap in one area when I originally built it. I didn't, I didn't do this with blueprints. I did it. I still haven't used a string line one time. I got a little wall that's got a little curve to it. Like I'm like, dude, you're not gonna even see it. That's when you look at the front of the wall, you can't even, you're such a perfectionist. And I'm like, stop doing that. This is a freaking storm shelter, not Taj Mahal, so not bad for not pulling a string line. And once it all goes together, you wouldn't even see it if I didn't tell anybody. But I've been putting a lot of block down, guys. I mean, I can't believe how much work. I looked over there today and I was like, wow, I've been kicking butt and taking names. So maybe another week or two. Like I said, 2 about a week ago, huh? But maybe a week and a half. You know, I told you I took one day off or whatever, but I didn't take the day off. I just did other things than concrete. So I'm mixing it all by hand. I'm not doing anything with the mixer. I'm not using the mixer. I didn't have the mixer when I built this 4 or 5 years ago, all these times. So I want to finish it up without the mixer. When I start building the house next to it, then I'll use the mixer then, because I had that dug by a tractor. I dug this one out by hand. 4 years it took me to just get the hole dug. So big enough to put the shelter in, so it's 50 feet. That's a pretty massive shelter. You're talking probably it costs maybe over $250,000, almost $500,000 to build something like this on your property. So I don't know how I'm doing it. Like I said, I look at all this material and I'm like, well, I know because I did a lot of training, and I remember I raised, 2 champion freaking hogs, and a true, that's pretty tricky, boy, when they first threw those, I knew when those babies came out, I'm like, yeah. But anyway, I don't want to go onto the whole hog trip there. But anyways, I had ended up trading like 500 Mesa, block. I think I moved 200 of them or something today, and moved all those other ones over, the gray ones. There was a massive pile over there that's been over there forever. It's so weird to look over there and not see that big pile, but they're all over to finish, because I still have a lot of work to do. It's whatever, but I'm getting so much done, and I'm happy when I look back with my progress, because this is gonna be important. When it's done, I'll have it done and out of the way, and I'll feel a whole lot better. I've told you guys that have followed me for a while, this is a big major project that I've been working on for half a decade. So having it done is going to be such a, I don't know, sense of accomplishment, and it's going to be nice. It's going to be nice. I'm really happy with the way that the block work has turned out, because when I originally had it in my mind, I just pictured it all in gray block, and it would have looked nice too, been really just, but I've brought in all the block that I was going to put in the house with the color. I have split block, and I don't have a lot of, random block, but I do have some. And I just decided to use them on the inside of this thing instead of the house. I figure I'll try to get more here in the future, because I don't think I'm going to get to the house summer's over, right? September. I think summer's over. I don't know. It feels like it's over, but it's not over here, meaning it's still in the 90s and stuff. But it's going to be soon, and I won't lay block work. I won't do any block work, concrete or any masonry work. If it's in the 30s, I'm done. I don't even high 39, low 40s. I'm done for the year. It just is. I want it to cure in properly, and not have any moisture, not have any chance of having expansion, which later, I got about a half a cord I traded. So no, I haven't got the wood that I needed yet. That's what I did today. Is another thing that I did today was I was jacking. I bought a jack at a garage sale in the case. And it's just one of those ones about that big, right? It's not a big jack, looked like brand new. I went to go, I took it out of the case. I got it in, the darn thing only went up, like those, like, but it took me about an hour to get this vehicle up off the ground, up here and up here and up here, up here, up here. I'm getting some wheels on it so that I'm going to try to trade that pickup for some wood. So I don't want to. It's a nice little, it's a very kind of a rare bed on it. It's a true import from Japan. It's a JDM Nissan. They're not very common in the States. It was shipped, I don't know when, and it got shipped here, but it's just kind of an oddity Nissan, first kind of that generation, not the D21, not the hard body. No, the D20, it's before that one. But anyways, I need to find a home for it and turn it into firewood, because that's the last 2 years I've been able to turn vehicles into firewood. So last year I traded a Toyota pickup, which I didn't want to trade because I really wanted the bed off that truck, and that motor was like, the guy was so happy he has it. I seen him in town. He's like, I appreciate you giving me such a good deal on that truck. I can't believe the price you gave me on it. I'm like, well, I knew you'd take good care of it and you put it back on the road. So, and I had a Chevy that I couldn't get the mechanic to come out here and fix. And then when I sent it to that guy, he's like, dude, it was only that one part that you told me. I said, I know, I told you it was just that little, I just don't have the mechanic to do it out here. And he was real happy, but he traded me for 4 cords for the Chevy four-wheel drive. It was a single cab 4-wheel drive, 90s. And the Toyota was an 80s pickup, and they gave me 3 cords of wood for that. So I had 7 cords last year that I traded for 2 vehicles. So, but I stayed warm. Like I said, wasn't cold, and that's all I ever care about is having more firewood than I ever need. So this is going to be, I don't know what I'm going to do this year. I don't know. I went up behind the thing and went into the woods. There was a bunch of wood that was dropped down over there, but it's been down so long. I didn't think it was that long. And then I really looked at it. It was longer than I thought. And it just was pretty punky. And I'm like, I thought I was going to get a good cord or something, bring at least 1 cord home that day of juniper. And boy, I bet you I got a 16th of some pretty punky, whatever by the time. Some of it might be okay, but a lot of it's just sat there for a long time. And I love the juniper. I love the smell of it, but it'd be a good fire starter. I'll figure out how to probably just kind of use it. I don't normally use kindling. I just use enough paper. I know how to make a fire without using kindling. I can just start a fire with logs. Not too many people can start a fire with just logs, but I can. I've done it for enough. I'm pretty good at starting a fire. So, anyways, I do need to get wood though. No, you can't make people study the word of God. Remember, he said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, that not one of them would. But I put back into the schools and stuff, it wouldn't be mandatory, but the whole separation of church and state and all, these children need to have a base. And if they want to, it would be something that I would probably let the parents decide for the children, obviously, if they want their children to go, but I wouldn't keep it separate out of the schools. They teach them too many, they got Satanist and stuff after school programs. So why can't we bring that in back? You know what I'm saying? They literally have, you guys have seen it. They have the Church of Satan come in and have after school programs. They teach the kids right along with them. And it's insane, but nope. Can't teach a kid about God anymore. So that's a good question. But yeah, if I was the president, this country would change real quick. It would be much more like it was probably about 80s. I'd probably bring it back to the 80s after we came out of that whole capital controls in the 70s and all the Nixon and the whole that, kind of came into that 80s. I'd probably bring the country back to about that era, to be honest with you. There'd be a lot of things we'd be outlawing, but can't make things mandatory like that. Unfortunately, we can't force God upon anybody. You can't turn a goat into a sheep, but we can offer it as a program that it is mandatory that it's offered. Mandatory that it's offered is an option, right? So, I swear I smell like this. Dude, no way. I guess I didn't turn that off. I swear I turned that off. I don't know how I did that thing. It was only on low. Go ahead, pants. So anyways, it was a good day today. I wish I could have. I actually didn't lay any concrete today, which is okay. I didn't mix any concrete, but I have to stage things up and get them ready. I pulled down all the walls from the outer portion of the top because I wanted to actually do them in the block that's got the, what did I say? I might draw on a blank on the color of it. Anyway, it's a sand color block. It's not the gray block. So I moved all the walls back down, pulled all the walls out because it's all getting ready. And set on the upper portion. Basically, I built, you'd have to see, I built the walls, the ring, the entrance around the front of the shelter, dropped the shelter in, built the ring on top, and now I dug out and I'm building the walls back up under to it. So I thought that was going to put the walls inside, but I just want more space. It just gives me all that length, and then the wall actually goes up underneath and supports back up under the wall. You'd have to see how I'm building it. It's probably never been done before. I'm such a weirdo, but it is turning out the way that I have envisioned it in my head, exactly like I envisioned it in my head, except for now, like I said, it has the color block in it. You know, not the colors, but there's some that are like sand, and there's some that are like beige, and I did have some odd ones that were like, I don't know where I got that one block. It was kind of like a reddish color. It's kind of neat. Just some random ones, you know, and I just throw them all in the mix. Like when you do tile, if you're going to do a mosaic or something like that, that's basically how I did the tile work, is I mosaic the block work, and you've seen it. I'm sure you've seen people mix some colored block in, but it turned out really nice, and I'm happy with it, because if I have to stay in there temporarily, I've even been thinking about moving in there for the winter. I think I'll stay much warmer. I'm building an area for the wood, specifically for the wood stove, to go in there, so I can keep that thing, you know, probably I can put twigs in there and keep that place warm, because it's all, you know, hopefully I'll still, I don't think I'm having the tractor. I'm pretty sure the tractor will be sold by then, but we'll see. I might have the tractor in a couple weeks. If I have it in a couple weeks, I will be backfilling that whole area with that tractor. So I'll have to backfill everything, put that 6 feet over the top, like I said, you're going to need, and we're running out of time. So I want to do it for the first frost, so to speak, you know, before we get a real heavy snow out here or anything like that. So it'll pack in real nicely. And it's kind of why I'm moving that truck today, because I'm going to have to pull all that back, you know, all that fill that's come up out of there's got 100 foot of hole in the ground there, you know, it's 150 feet. Because actually I got another 50 feet off the other end where there's an underground garden that's dug out, and I haven't built that yet. So it's like a big art, guys. Oh, cool. Did somebody give me a PayPal? I didn't see that. I didn't see anything show up on my end yet as of right now. Yeah, I don't show anything on my end, but I appreciate it. Even if it doesn't go, it's the thought that counts. Thank you. But anyways, guys, I'm feeling pretty good, you know, about, you know, like I said, about getting this done and having it, and knowing that if it's there to be needed, it's like having good car insurance. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you're in good hands. You know, it feels, I'm glad, and I'm not down there trying to save my life. You know, that's not what this is built, but at least I'll know, again, that if things got rough, and, you know, like, say, well, for years I tried to tell these people this was coming, and it wasn't like I was trying to tell them it was the end of the world, but it was, you know, it was going to shift the weather dramatically, and that the weather was going to get them. Don't worry about zombies. Don't worry about the government. Don't worry about cops. Don't worry about actually other people who don't have anything, and the weather, and they don't have anything because of the weather. A lot of their food is gone, and now they're acting, you know, with their stomach and their gut, and they're not thinking with their head anymore. That's when you're not going to want to be around anybody, brothers, sisters. That's when you're going to want to be out with me in the woods, a man that can take care of himself and take care of you, and knows how to lead if there's a group of people. And, you know, I know how to follow as well, but, or get the hell out of the way, lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. One or the other. You got to do something here, but always moving forward. And that's my plan, you know, to have this as a place where I know that, you know, I'm going to have some chance at, he said, you must endure to the end to be saved. So I have to try no matter what. I can't just sit around and go, oh, well, I'll see what happens. And yeah, no, I've been at this for 10 years now. I mean, here, you know, on this project, I've done this before. I've been preparing for, I used to have my own apocalypse bus, so to speak. Yeah, I called it the prison bus. So I didn't see anything show up. Ritz, I appreciate it again. All help out here is gonna. Well, I'm hoping soon, guys. Like I said, I have a guy coming out here uh, in a couple days, and he was thinking about coming out here. I know I told you I had another couple out here. I had them come out here, guys, and they're spiritual. They believed in God. They truly, I don't think they were believe to worship the other Jesus, but I think they were more looking for some kind of like hippie commune type of situation. And I'm not opposed to that. People who live like that live very organic. That's very similar to a lifestyle that I want to live. I'm just not a hippie. I'm not saying that they're hippies or anything like that, but well, they kind of dress like that, but it didn't matter. It was just wasn't the same. You just wasn't a good fit. And we talked about it and stuff, and I just think I'm a little more hardcore than they're, that they're used to. And, but anyways, I have another gentleman that I'm going to screen that he's coming out here on Wednesday. And I told him, please tell me yes, please tell me less. Like, dude, I'm not telling you yes over the phone until I can look into your eyes and look into your soul. I'm not going to tell you yes over the phone. Okay. You come out here, look into what we got, that's why I told those, and they were willing. They came out, stayed the night, the whole, whatever. But they didn't work out. And I was okay with that. I was like, and it sounded good at first. I'm like, well, really did there. I was more jazzed that they were spiritual people. But we'll see, and so I'm actually thinking about renting this out to this guy, which I wasn't wanting to do, but we'll see. I told him, you got to come out here and talk to me and look me in my eyes and talk to me. I'm tired of this whole internet thing, and I'm just old fashioned. So unless you come look me in my eyes and talk to me, I'm not going to agree to anything, but he's pretty excited about coming out and taking a look. So we'll see. He has a job, he works, he got a couple animals and stuff. I think he's probably in his 20s or something, but I don't know. We'll see. I told him I'd tell him his face if he's not going to work out. I said, you can come out here and, whatever, if you want to stay for a couple of days or a few days and not worry about, I don't want any money from you, and see if you can make it work. Don't just, I'm not going to agree. Yes, will you for sure, rent this to me? I understand you're trying to, it sounds like, I'm like, I appreciate your, trying to hammer this down, but, until you can look me in my eyes, I'm not going to tell you somebody can stay on my property here unless I've looked you in your eyes and looked into your soul, and then I'll agree to something, and we'll write something down on paper, and, it'll be all official, but not until that time. So we'll see, guys. And that was against what I wanted to do, because I just wanted to rent something out, for the winter, on a daily basis or something like that. But something told me to kind of give this guy a chance and see what he's all about. So I offered him to potentially stay in the Rusty Dragon, but I told him he's got to take that area, and I'll help him every day, and make it nice. I want it to look like the inside of the Rusty Dragon, and I'm not going to go all out like I did in there. I don't have the ceiling space and what to do, but you know what I'm saying? So maybe I'll get some kind of stream of income coming out here, guys. And, it's having all this land is just hard to do by myself. And so I've got to start generating some kind of stream of income coming in, and I'm sure this is going to work. So like I said, it's not ideal, and I don't have it done. So that's what I told him, you can actually help me get this building done before the winter breaks. I'll be doing 5 other things while you're working, but if you can work, I'll have him doing some of the labor things, basic labor, and I'll help him. Told him the city just never built a house or anything like that, but I'll teach him from the ground up. I've built many houses, so I can teach people how to build. So it's not, I know how to teach him how to read a tape measure, teach him how to use a framing square, and he'll be on his way. But I'm kind of looking forward to that. Hopefully, I think this is more, he really feels like it's from God. I like his initiative on that too. So I'm pretty excited about that. Because hopefully I can get something coming in and it'll help him out. And he can build up from here if that works. If not, you know, like I said, I told him I'd know as soon as I looked him in his eye, though. I said, I'm not the kind of person. I don't have any bad feelings from what I've talked to you, but until I look to you in your eye, I can't. But I guarantee once I look in your eye, I'll know. And I'll tell you right there when I look in your eye. If I don't think it's going to work, I'll tell you right there. We can definitely try to make it work, but I'll tell you it probably won't. So let me look you in your eyes, and I guarantee you will be able to, you know, you'll know then one way or the other, you know. So how cool is that, guys? You know what I'm saying? It's like 11, 12. I'll stay on here for another till about 11:30 or something. Huh. I wonder why I'm not getting any notifications. Yeah, I didn't see anything. Why not? I don't know. Sometimes it's interesting. What's going on here? I don't know. Okay. Anyways. All right, guys. You ready for this gas pinch? You ready for Jovian gas giant alignment? What's your plans for the great 10-24-24? We're going to be a witness to the four large gas giants squaring off celestial geometry, brothers and sisters. Celestial geometry. You have to give me a minute. I'm going to have to use some of my medicine. I carried too many bricks today. My lower back is getting a little bit. I'm in a legal state, so this ain't legal. This is medical. So there's a difference. Oh, thank you, Father, for good medicine. Man, I think I'm going to have to put my... Where's my coat? It's starting to dip off the temperature in here. It's starting to get cool. Oh, you're such a good panner, boy. Okay, watch out, panner. Watch out, Dad. I didn't put my coat on. Yep, the temperature's dropping. The temperature is a dropping out here in the high desert. Oh man. Yeah, it's time to take some medicine. It's late in the evening, and I'm gonna have to lay down here a little bit so I can get up and get some of this cannabis in my system. So when I lay down, my back won't be going stupid on me. Remember, it just will spaz out a little bit. But the old cannabis that does good for the signal pain. Got the turban, got the right strain and the right meds, huh? Here, what are you doing, Mr. Pants? Mr. Pants is right here. What are you doing? All right, go through there. Toll booth. All right, so does anybody got tell me your plans. What's your plans for 10-24? What are you going to be doing on that day? Where are you going to be at? That's just a day. Obviously, you'll have time and you'll know before then, but what are you doing on that day? What if things, what's your weather plan? What's your hail plan? What's your plasma plan? What's your plan for arc discharges from the sun? When our Earth starts arc discharging off the whole currents and up our upper atmosphere? You got a plan for that? Yeah, it feels colder than that. You know, I mean, it was 92 or 93 today here, so it feels a little colder. I just went outside. I was like, "Whoo!" I came inside. I had to put my coat on. Oh man, this turban is good medicine, guys. It's a Kush cross, but I can't tell you what it's crossed with. It's 89 degrees where you're at. Imagine what it would feel like out here right now, Lisa, where I was at. If you came out here in the desert, it's 40, I think it's 47 or 46 where I'm at, because I'm actually not in Silver Lake. I'm up a little bit higher. Cool. Yeah, guys, please, like I said, we still got time right now. And we don't have a lot of time, but there really is time to get the things that you need. I mean, you don't have forever, but that's what I keep telling myself. Tracy, you better get this thing done, because I'm not saying that life is definitely is timey, but I almost feel as like when I get this done, it's like it's not for no purpose. I don't feel like this is in vain. It's worthless. It's not worth my time. So I really feel as if I wish there were more people that had this security that I have, and it doesn't mean that I have all the security in the world. At least I know that I tried, that's what I'm saying. At least I know that I made the attempt. Like, again, the wind blew pretty hard out here today, guys, all day long. The wind blew. It's done that. I'm in a desert. This is not the windiest desert I've ever been in. I've been in a lot more windy places than this, but the wind blew all day today, probably about 25, 35 miles an hour, pretty much constant all day long. What about 200 to 300 miles an hour for 2 to 3 weeks? Is that even a thing? Do you think that's even a possibility for the wind to blow, F5, F6, F7, tornadic, hurricane type winds? Straight line though, not, for weeks on end. Do you think your house could survive that? If it blew that long, things would be hitting the side of your house constantly, by the way. That's where I told you earlier in the stream, you need earplugs, remember? Hearing protection. It's going to get loud. Yeah, we're not going to respond to that idiocracy. So it sounds like to me, guys, and I love you guys, but it doesn't sound like any of you guys have any kind of plan for this, and that's okay. Be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the in the heavens, don't. The heathens are dismayed at them. I'm not trying to cause you to live in fear, but this will happen, and this is already happening. This is a live event that's going on as we speak. We're already seeing crustal displacement and riffing and cracking of a lot. Dams are breaking, and we have a reasonably large amount of volcanoes going off right now at pretty high levels too. I mean, there's something like 43 or something like that. Some of these are V5 level. Yeah, if you want to see stuff about celestial geometry and celestial informed Christians, the last 5-10 years of his work has just been phenomenal, guys. An absolute visual artist, a tapestry of celestial, as Daniel Vallis says, a tapestry of celestial events. Every time that they do one of these events, everybody thinks, oh my God, it's the end of the world. It's the end of the world. It's the end of the world. It's the end of the, but this is a tapestry of events. Okay. Yeah. I haven't checked any emails today. I'm so far behind. I was supposed to go work for the lady up on the hill, and she's probably so mad at me right now. I went and did a bunch of work for her. She's like, oh my God, you did like 3 days worth of work in one day. I'm like, yeah, I told you what I work. I don't sit there and goof around. She's like, it's like done. And she's like, the other guy I had up here, he'd still be trying to just figure out how to get the material together. And that I would have never thought about doing. That is so, okay. You need to put your thing back in your pants there, buddy. Put your, take your comment somewhere else. I'm not Dr. Phil, okay? I want to feel your juggle your kuyandas. Anyways, it won't be the end of the world, but you probably should plan for some severe weather is what I'm thinking. You know, weather is going to be the deciding factor for a lot of people. I do think at one point it will dominate most people's lives. That's all they'll be concerned about is the weather. You know, they're going to stop concerning about politics or even some of the most, you know, words, things that we would think that you would never, you're not going to think about these things when weather is trying to wipe you off this earth. If you look at the Deagle maps, you know, a lot of this stuff is Tango. Stop, please. This is aligning with this stuff too, guys. There should be a pretty good chunk of the population. Well, I don't think it's going to go away right after 10/24 or 24 either. So, you know, I do think that will be kind of the apex of the event, though, you know. But those days after, I do believe could be much worse, because if you've studied magnetism and you study these alignments, like if you put two magnets together, they stick together, right? And when you pull them apart, there's a reaction when they come together, but when they separate, there's also a higher intensity of a reaction. When something separates, right? Even like when two people separate, it's normally like, there's some drama, right? You know, and it's intense when they come together, right? Makes sense. Two people apart, two magnetism the same way. So when two celestial bodies align, there's a force when they come together. They create that equation where they equate, and then they come apart. There's fission and fusion. Nuclear fission and fusion works the same way. You can take energy from both sides of the equation. Fission by fusing together the two elements or pulling them apart, there's still energy involved, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to, so you can relate to what we're about to happen. This is going to be insane. We're going to electrically connect here soon, I believe. And I do think that in the months, well, we're here, September. I do believe possibly by the end of this month, we could start to see some of these other bodies in our solar system start to light up in our night sky. And that's what I know. We're probably going to start to see things that really increase intensity. We're already we shattered the low latitude auroras. They had them down in Arizona last year in 2023. Pink auroras and red and yellow auroras in Arizona. Get them out of here. Are you serious? Yeah, Mexico, Ukraine, again, Florida, you know, shattering the records because of the protection from our sun has been weakened since 1900. The field strength of the magnetosphere, the protective layer or umbrella or canopy that protects us from the sun, field strength armor was at 100% in the year 1900. So ever since then, now it's been weakened by 40%. We are so screwed, guys. I cannot believe that there are more people that didn't figure this out. But it is what it is. The word has already spoken to me over and over, and he's spoken to me, not in my head, but just that this is supposed to come like a thief in the night. He said, I will come like a thief in the night. Because everybody thinks it's the end of the world, but the end of the world's, what if the end of the world took 20 years to finish, 10 years to 2 years to 3 years and it just wasn't the end of the world. Like, see, that's the problem with everybody, is they don't understand what it means to be the end of the world. The world already ended as we know it back in 2020. You know what I'm saying? It's the end of the world as we know it back in the COVID era. We're never going back to 2019. That was the reset, the great reset. Reset is revelation, to reveal, to reset, to pull off and to go back in time, right? See, what was Mr. Thump telling you? Make America great again? No, he's anti. We're never going back to that. See why he says that? He is not the anti, but he signals of the anti. What do you think that is? That is an opposition to what is supposed to happen. Sorrows is what the book says. Sorrows is what the book says. Yes, year zero, the start of the new age, the age when we came into. Whoa, welcome to the new age, to the new age. This is it. Checking out on the prison bus. Whoa. So anyways, we're here. We made it. Welcome to the age of the revelation. You're in the last book, brothers and sisters, in scripture. Whether you like it or not, you know where you're at celestially. Man, I feel so alone out here, brothers and sisters, sometimes too. Like these things, like I tell you, it's one thing to be set apart, but man, to be set apart and then to be the only, some of these things I've revealed, these treasures that I've given to you, celestially giving you, so you're understanding where you're at celestially in time. You've been perverted by, Gregorian and lunar calendar worship and all these. That's not the time. The time is up there, right there. There's a clock above your head. It tells you which book we're in. It's beautiful, brothers and sisters. The living word of God coming to life in the stars. I don't know why I ever asked for anything. I'm such a piece of crap. It's like I showed you things that the whole world didn't see, and you still asked for things, Tracy. Go to hell. Probably going to meet some of you guys in hell, because most of us are going to hell, according to the word of God. Okay? So, but anyways, either way, it's not for me to decide. I shouldn't do that. And that's against God's word. I can't just condemn myself, and that's not, I rebuke myself for doing that. I can't condemn myself. I need to judge myself with righteous judgment, but do not condemn myself. So I apologize. Shouldn't have done that. Only God gets to decide on whether I get stripped of this celestial and biblical and spiritual busos knowledge, and then just the knowledge of I don't know. The dirt just doesn't seem as interesting anymore, brothers and sisters. I pay attention to current events because they matter. History is being made every day, but I don't know. The word is all that it seems to interest me anymore. Celestial understanding is more important, to me, because it's a clock. You're going to heaven? Huh. Okay, well, I hope so. I don't think I am. I don't think I'm worthy of his kingdom. I don't think I'm, but I don't know. That's not up to me. I'm going to die trying, though. I said this 10 years ago, maybe. I think the first time I said, if you knew 100% you were hell-bound, you had just done things that you hadn't had not enough time to make up for the things, the lying, the cheating, the stealing, the blood, the death, just all of it. Just filthy swine, disgusting. And if you knew you didn't have enough time, you were definitely hellbound. Would you still try to get to heaven? Would you still try to get to heaven? That's the story of my life. So doesn't, I'm not questioning it. He took a thief at the last moment, a mass murder of Christians, and a Pharisee. So who am I to decide? So I just always knew that I needed to die trying. Die trying. Just die trying. And then you'll know that you won't roll around and I can forward think past my life. I think about death more than anything I've ever thought in my life. If I've thought about something more than any one subject, I think about death more than anything. Death is my relief. Death is my treasure. Death is my reward. Whether I get stripped of my knowledge or not, I don't want to be in this flesh. I never have. I feel trapped. I feel imprisoned. I feel caged. I don't get along with people for very long. People can normally only take small doses of me. And, it's one thing when you're sitting here on another side of an electric, mirror, black mirror, but it's another thing to sit down next to me. It'd be with me in reality. Most people can't handle too much of me, to be honest. Anybody you know, I mean, I'm going after Social Security now because I should have done this a long time ago, and I wouldn't even. And it's okay, but all they have to do is go send their investigator out and ask anybody. They'll tell you I am nuts. I am out of my mind. That dude is freaking crazy. That dude built a UFO at the end of town. Who in the hell builds a UFO? Buys a property just to build a UFO? Somebody that maybe just kind of laughing at the world with the ignorance of ships flying around in space. Are you mocking the world, Tracy? That's between me and God. All right? Don't condemn me. You judge me by my fruits. So what? You can't be the craziest guy in town unless you built a UFO at the end of town, right? So anyways, brothers, sisters, it wouldn't take anybody to, and we'll see, like I said, I don't know. I still get an appointment. I don't even know how to do it. I did it for years because I have physical issues. I've busted myself up, really nerve damage or whatever. I'm still healthier and all get out, and I still have zero body fat, but I just should have went after the whole PTSD thing and long time ago, but whatever. I'm going to try now. I don't know how, like I said, it's going to work, but all they have to do is send anybody, just call the cops, call the government, go in town, walk around anybody in town and ask, hey, do you know Tracy Werner? Yeah. What do you have? Well, that guy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you should. Somebody should come here and interview some people about this town, about what they would say about. People run away from me when they see me a lot of the times. They'll go the other direction. But that's okay. I'm used to that. I've been that way. I walk in a room and I really make people upset. I don't even have to open up my mouth. My son's been a witness to it. I've told him that, and we've had some situations or something, and I'm like, well, here, it was the way it was. I didn't do anything, Elijah. It's just the way people are, and talk to him. And then I say, all right, well, hey, now watch, you'll catch on this. And he's like, Dad, that person, I'm like, yeah, you sense that, huh? It's like, well, why is that person so mad at you? Do you know him? No, I don't know them. Dad, that person's been staring at you, and I don't know them, Elijah. It's me. It's who I am. People don't like me when I walk in a room. It's been that way my whole life, so really has. I've always rubbed people the wrong way. I don't know what it is, but it's okay. I've never treated people the wrong way because of that. Whatever, I just deal with whatever's in front of me. So, but it's okay though, because I actually have grown very accustomed to being different. And I don't mean different like chopping off body parts and sewing them on other people or parts or I'm talking about not being of the world, brothers, sisters, not participating in the things of this world, because the world is okay to have, you know what I'm saying? To have be in the world, but be not of it. So you got to be here. You got to be here. I'm not saying you can't be here. I'm not saying anybody's got to be a weirdo, different, build a UFO at the end of the town, go walk around town, and they'll tell you that dude's nuts. All he does ever talk about is God. Get away from him. He thinks everything is about God. So that's probably what most people would say about me, I imagine, That's most of my conversation with people is the word. I like to share the word. I have done it for a long time. And if not, then I show them love through kindness, just in any way, form, shape, or form that I can. I've always gone out in public and been as charitable. If I can't give money, then with my time, hold open doors, talk to people, have conversation. Don't do the whole, shut society off. No matter how bad, you still need to just talk to people, be normal, try to just have some humanity. Don't let the whole, and I'm not talking about acting like nothing's going on, just still talk about going out there and trying to help another brother out any way you can, any way that's possible, when you have the time and you have the ability to do so, because charity is the Father's you know, if he was a female, that would be that would be the spot. You know, a lady has a spot, and that would get the father. That would make that be his tickle spot. Would say would make him. Nothing would please him more than to help somebody else out, brothers, sisters. That's truly the most. I mean, and not to do it in a way that nobody knows. You just do it out of the kindness, out of being charitable, because it's the right and righteous, upright thing to do. Both people win in that type situation, the person giving and the person getting their hand, lifted up and pulled themselves out of a hole. Maybe if you don't even pull them all the way out, maybe that's their first step, And so try to remember that, I planned for that day in the future. My whole plan, that's why I've kind of, this guy, I think that's coming out, has a little bit different plan. And again, I don't plan on when things breaking down to try to unalive anybody. I actually plan on trying to bring anybody that I possibly could into the situation that I'm currently going and try to build, not just protect, but build what I have, protect what I have, and then make what I have grow. Because I think most people are going to just kind of go, straight thinking it's Mad Max when it's not going to be that bad. And they're going to make poor decisions, very poor decisions out of fear. Fear makes people do the stupidest things, brothers and sisters. It really does. And I'm not saying that fear can't make you do the smartest things. If you react the right way, fear can get you up off your butt and ease your fear before something ever happens, remember? But if you're fear-based, you're pumping the wrong kind of, endorphins. You've got, obviously, if you know about adrenaline, your adrenal glands, fire, there's going to be a crashing. You're putting your body through a toxicity, and then if you're more, if you don't live in fear, the fear can get you going. Like I said, it gets those things firing, and then you do something to ease the fear. But having, that calmness about you and stillness, especially in really tough times, is you're not firing off, though. You're going to react better. You're going to actually make a much clearer decision because it's not going to be fear-based. So that's why they push fear so hard on us now. Why do you think they did the whole stand on the X, roll up your sleever, put on your face diaper? Remember the whole Bung Julio? I'm the great Bung Julio. The greatest jab ever. Bow to the altar of Jabba, Mr. Jabadooski. Jabba dabba do, huh? No, a little dab will do. Sometimes at the end of the night, I'll put a little tiny bit of dab at the little pinner on the end of some flour. Little dab will do, not Jabba do. You didn't bow to the altar of Jabba. You guys a bunch of, what does Dabu call pure? Anybody listen to Dabu? Dabu he did live. He does lives. Anybody listen to Dabu? 7? Lady, Dabu 7. Do you listen to Dabu 7, don't you? You're on here long enough. I know you know who Dabu is. He calls everybody the pure, and he calls everybody the pure bloods. I have a channel too. I have another channel. I haven't done it on here. It's on, do I have it on here? I think it's on TikTok. It's called Pure Blood Evolution. That's what Dabu calls the people who haven't taken the sticker. Calls us pure bloods. Well, I don't know about that, because our blood is not pure. You know what I mean? We're toxic people, but meaning no jab, is jab free. So I don't care if somebody's taking the jab. Like, I don't like people who played the game. I know plenty of people that took the jab that are cool. They're fine people. They really are. They didn't support it, guys like that. They just got it early in the game, and they didn't know. Remember, it was a little bit of that fear-based thing, and they didn't quite just be one of those people that pushed the whole thing. I know a lot of people who took it and almost immediately said, man, I wish I wouldn't have done that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, me too. I was told them once they put that face, I'm like, they're going to try to stick you. People are like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you think it's about standing on the X? This is about the putting the injection. Yeah, it's the medical procedure. Roll up your sleever. Yeah, it is. Yep, you got to sign for. Oh yeah, never mind. All right, let's not get into that. So, but I don't have any problems with somebody's taking that. Now, somebody who took it and took the booster, and took the second booster, right? It took the third. Nah, I don't like those people. I'd see what I'm saying. Oh yeah, no, a lot of people have issues, guys. I see. That's why I'm totally good with people who've taken it, guys. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people took it, man, and they didn't even know. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of that first batch was really a lot of the bad batch, guys. A lot of people took the first batch ain't here. If you go back and look, they did a pretty job. They did the job that it's supposed to do. It really did a pretty. There are a lot of people who disappeared out in this valley. Yes, there was. Absolutely, it did what it was intended to do, and it's still doing its job. But like Big Q, if his Big Q brother just took it one time and didn't go take booster number 2, 3, you know, whatever, why are you gonna be mad at his brother? Now look at him, he's freaking struggling. People are like, dude, how are you sitting there supporting people who took the jab? You're so anti-jab. I'm like, they're suffering. Yeah, but you're anti-jab. Yeah, I'm anti-jab, but they're suffering. Yeah, but you're anti-jab. Get out of my face, you idiot. They're suffering. I don't care if my enemies suffer. I'm going to get it, finish them off, or help them. One of the two. You don't just let something sit there and suffer. Are you freaking out of your mind? Get out of my face. You're going too far to the other side, like somebody getting the booster, but you know what I'm saying? Makes sense, guys? You know, a lot of people, I got kicked off the internet multiple times for, you know, not doing it, and then got kicked off the internet because I was trying to link up people who were experiencing problems, side effects, brother. So we'll just call them that. Try to be careful. But people with similar side effects is like, no, it's not happening. No, that's not. And these people felt so alone. There are all these things, man. If you guys remember, people with magnets sticking to them and stuff, man. I mean, there was a lot of symptoms from this thing. Everybody act different, guys, as the reaction is different. So all I was trying to do was link up people with similar symptoms, if that makes sense. And I got thrown off the internet. I mean, I literally had to, I told you I was going to, I mean, I would go Old Testament. I'm like, you know, but dude, I have a massive lawsuit. I'm not seeking vengeance against you. I totally set you up. You don't realize that I manipulated you. You allow me to post one thing, but not post something because you're far left leaning. And this wokeism crap ain't going to work with me. You know, I don't care. You know what? You just don't understand. And now I set him up and he's like, oops. And he turned face. He's like, oops, I made a mistake. And I talked to him now because he admitted, oh, I did. I was like, you don't get me. You just don't understand. I am for people's rights. I'm not about, you think I want to do left paradigm, right paradigm. I don't lick no boot. I don't vote for no donkey or no elephant. Okay. I don't like none of these people. I care about humanity. And when people are suffering, I want to sit there and help them. So it sucks, guys, because somebody took the jab one time doesn't make them a bad person. And if somebody took the boosters, doesn't make them bad. But I just don't. I can't be in line with people who went along with the whole. They see what I'm saying? Is there a difference? Do we remember, guys? Because it was a process. Remember, it wasn't just one sticker that they came out with multiple jabs. I think five or total in Australia, 4 boosters and a jab. That's insane. It's insane. They might even come out with a 6th one too. And I know it's. I quit keeping track way back then, but. Think about that, guys. Does that make sense? So think about it. There are still people today that are having massive side effects from this thing. Not the vid, but the actual jab itself was the jab. It was always about the jab. It was never about the crowning of the corona, of the solar corona around the Antichrist, the revealing of their king, their sun king. Solar Corona beer, Corona crown, solar Corona around the sun, round crown around Ouroboros eating its own tail. The halo, hello. Seriously, guys. The rings, ring. But either way, this is doesn't make somebody a bad person because they took a sticker when the governments were campaigning with every other commercial ad on your iPhone, Apple TV, television. Oh, we've got our school windows open because of the COVID. Everything was COVID, fear. Oh, you're trying to pin people against each other. Remember that whole thing? Oh, well, you didn't take it, so you don't like old people, and you're trying to unalive old people. Put on your face diaper, right? You know, they got mad at you if you weren't even wearing the face diaper. They didn't care about the jab. Remember the whole campaign with the face diaper thing? The big masquerade, stand on the X, you know, put on your ritualistic shame muzzle and STFU, go about your, yep. Were you a rebel because you stood on the X, or were you a rebel if you didn't stand on the X? What a clown show it was, guys. It lasted so long, too. It's really hard for, imagine a veteran like myself to sit around and watch people's freedoms, right? No, there's no such thing as freedom. Rights eroded. Their rights, you know, what about the right to stand on the X or not? What about the right to wear the mask or not? Why would they ever told somebody they couldn't wear or had to wear a mask? So what if somebody wanted to wear it? Great, leave alone. I still did. I told people afterwards, who cares? Let them leave it. They want to live in fear, just let them, fine. Just don't tell me I have to wear one, period. If your mask works, STFU, you got your point. Now you need to be, I'm not trying to encroach. You should take your Fifth Amendment right now, or I'm going to end up having to probably put that mask somewhere and shove it up your, never mind. So anyways, brothers, sisters, people were taking that thing without unbeknown to them even what they were doing. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people thought it was the right thing to do, which is crazy, but they don't understand virology. They just don't understand. Come on. So think about how many people are suffering, how many people lost their lives because they thought they were doing the right thing. What a trip, man. What a time to be living in. People, we lived through that. So guys, let's get back down to brass tacks here. During World War II, they were going after just one ethnicity of people. Remember? We know who we're talking about. There's a bunch of fake ones over there on the rock in the middle of the desert. Now, that's not what it is. Remember? Just one. Now it's everybody, just in case you hadn't figured that out. Oh, no, they're not just going after one. They're just like lockstep, every government, stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve, shut your business down, roll up your sleever. Yep, all of them did it. Everybody waiting for a one world government doesn't ever say one world government in scripture, as they were just lockstep, a one world governance, a literal, like a sword, like when the army surrounded the nation of Israel and destroyed, right? The army surrounded so that's when your nation, he said, I'll send the sword, the famine, the pestilence, and the beast. And the sword is when your enemy surrounds you. Why did it have to be a worldwide scamdemic? Because that's when the enemy sword. Why do you think they called it the corona? When your enemy surrounds you, the Ouroboros, it was a worldwide scamdemic. Filled awful Israel up in here, up in the famine and pestilence. Oh, disease. You mean the vid? People getting sick? Supply chain shortages? Much? Shanghai? All these ports shut down. You can't get these parts. Boy, this is feeling awful familiar. Yeah, I'll send the sword, the famine, the pestilence, and the beast, brothers and sisters. We ain't seen the beast yet, have we? Well, that's when your enemy overtakes you. Oh, gee, I guess they're taking over apartments in Aurora, huh? Yeah, Aurora, Colorado, already over in New York. Are you paying attention to what's going on, brothers and sisters? That's when the enemy either overtakes you or carries you into Executive Order 11004, YouTube, relocating the Emergency Management Agency, federal, whole communities, YouTube, whole communities, and putting you into 15-minute concentrate, re-educate work camps. That's right. That's right. It's all 923 executive orders, YouTube. Are you listening to me? I've been telling you this for how long on this platform now? Oh, I was screaming that when Obama on this platform put out those 923 executive orders and warned you that these things are going to be put in the next presidency. This is basically a soft medical martial law. And that's exactly what they did by declaring a national emergency in all 50 states using the Emergency Authorization Use Act, declaring, and actually, let's get this right because everybody's forgotten this and I'm never going to forget this. Handed over the presidency to the Emergency Management Agency, federal, and stood down. So there's a portion of this time in our history that they'll go back, and I was trying to tell people back then, and they didn't want to listen to me, that Thump was not in control of this here divided states of America because of the usurping, using the Emergency Authorization Use Act, short, medium, long-term trials. They created the greatest jab ever in less time than it takes for a woman to come to child. That's right. And declared that national emergency in all 50 states to allow that to happen, to use that EAU, Emergency Authorization Use Act. I got that backwards. Anyways, a little bit of a historical record for you. So Thump wasn't the pretendant. FEMA was running this country, brothers and sisters. But the whole world's like, everything is awesome when you're part of the team, COVID America. Dude, this is sickening. That's right. He stood down. And you don't think it's going to happen again? Yes, he is. And they're going to come take your Second Amendment right from you. He's the man that will do it. Period. I said it. And if I'm wrong, so what? I don't think I'll be wrong, guys. I got the white papers. I got the cheat code. It's called the interlinear Texas Receptus. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass. So that's just, yeah, I already said that. Remember, Mr. Operation Warp Speed? He'll do it in warp speed, too. You'll be changed in the twinkling of an eye. 1 minute you'll have them. The second minute it'll be like Mexico. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it'll be like Venezuela. It's happening, brothers and sisters, already. These judgments are coming upon this nation. If you ain't figured it out already, it's crazy. I could be here, be on this platform, streaming to the whole wide world, and right here in the belly of the beast, still doing this in the whole destruction. It's controlled demolition of this here divided states of America. It's already over. The game is over. Like a put a fork in her. She's done, boys. They already came and planted their red and yellow flag in San Fran on the parade route, right? Parade, it's a big clown show, brothers and sisters. Are you ready for the next clown to come in? He's going to take them. Remember that? I said it there. You heard it here first. I've never heard anybody. Yes, Executive Order 11004. How about a walls that you can't see? Oh, yeah, you think they're, why do you think he got clipped in the ear, marked with his satanic blood on his thumb and his finger and his foot? Oops, I think he lost his shoe. You are set up, and I'm telling you now, I've not heard another blogger on the internet say that is a setup to take your Second Amendment. Snipers my ass. That dude on the roof my ass. There it is, right in front of your face, America, and you all forgot about that, didn't you? YouTube. Yeah, Mr. Earmarked. Shot in the ear. Feels awful familiar. Maybe that's why I think I got shot by the state of Oregon in the face, huh? Concussion grenade, huh? SWAT. Are you hearing what I'm telling you guys? How come I'm the only one seeing this? Are you putting together what I'm Second Amendment? He gets popped. He gets popped one more time. I'm going to have all the reason to do this. There's no such thing as martial law, Lisa, as far as what people say. It's called a national emergency where they declare it in all 50 states. Martial law is done at a state level. Like the COVID was very similar to a martial law, soft medical martial law. Remember, it wasn't done at a federal level. It was your governors that did it to you, correct? He declared the national emergency in all 50 states, but it was done at a state level. I told everybody, nobody listens to me. I'm just going to keep blowing this horn, and I'm only here for a minute, and I'm going to feel so much better when I die knowing. Oh, man, I'm so ready to die. Okay, but anyways, I got to stay here until that time. So, but anyways, he's not done. I have more things to sound the horn, blow the shofar. There's a series of trumpets. I'm not done blowing this trumpet. It's going to keep sounding until, endure, he said, until the end. I have not blown 7 trumpets, brothers and sisters. I have to continue to blow this, sound the alarm. It's just part of what he sent me here. I'm not here for anything else. It's obvious what I'm here to do. So, hallelujah. It's okay. I could be wrong, but Mr. Red Flag Gun Law sure wants to take him first and prosecute you second. So he's already told you what he's going to do. I'm so tired of sitting there. They tell everybody what they're going to do, and everybody stands around and just remember. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. You never allow the Second Amendment right to be taken away in this country because of the fact that a man can overcome a woman. The Second Amendment rights is always about a woman, brothers and sisters, more than anything in this country. It is individual rights of a man, but a man, I'm a military veteran, okay? I'm a law enforcement. I understand that men have different physical training standards than women do. Women are hardcore in this day and age. I had to step up because I lived with a bunch of sissy men in America. Didn't stand up for the COVID. I don't care what you think about me. It is what it is. Ulan lobby. I'm not threatening violence. Come dig some holes. Maybe we can work something out. But seriously, women have had to stand up. The reason why we would never allow our Second Amendment rights to be taken is because a woman can almost always be taken by a man, brothers and sisters. So you men better stand the hell up, stop being such sissy la-las, and stand up for these women. Yeah, because you can just run over them physically. And what if she says, I don't think so. Just get the away from me, buddy. That's the equator, isn't it? Ladies, never give up your Second Amendment. I know I got some ladies in here. You stand up for your Second Amendment rights. You hear me? You never let them take them from you. And I don't believe in using them like that. My dad taught me, and again, I'm probably don't ever take it out unless you're going to use it, okay? So I was taught from a young age. You never let them take your Second Amendment rights. That is there to protect the ladies of this country. A man can overtake you and insert himself in you whenever he wants. Physically. I know you ladies are strong. You ladies are very strong, but you are not as strong as I am. You are not as strong as me. You don't think so? I don't care. You got a strong when you ever come mess with this man. I'll tell you, I will overtake you. Now, I won't hurt you, but I will put you to sleep. Women need to never give up that Second Amendment right. Do you understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, seriously. Don't ever let that man take your rights, your Second Amendment. There's a reason you have it's ballots, then bullets, sisters. Ballots, then bullets. You peacefully use your mouth, and then if you don't, you do it. That's just the way it works. There's a reason why the First Amendment comes first. There's the Second Amendment comes second. And we are supposed to be taking as the men, and we're not head of households. The only way a man is, you are supposed to be subservient to a man is when it comes to the teaching of God. Hell no, honey, we're not going to that Mother's Day party. Nope, I don't care. We're not. I'm head of household. This is what it says in Jeremiah 10. It was all blotted out. Nope, I'm telling you, nope. Father's Day, we did this at Mother's Day. You don't want to listen to me? All right, get out, lady. Take half of this, go. I ain't have no hard feelings. You were not yoked the same. We're not easy. Get the hell out. Go. All right, I'll leave. Stay. I'm taking half of it with me. when I go. I'm supposed to give it half of you when you go, but we're going to split it up. It's the way it's written in God's word. But I'm not going to sit here and stay yoked to some woman who wants to be a pagan and a Satanist and a heathen. That'd be a modern day man and the head of household. You'd say, okay, honey, let's read where it's at. That's how you're supposed to be subservient to a man, ladies, for no other reason. Not get me a beer, bitch. That's not what the word of God says. That's a man being a Jezebel, just so you know, ladies. A man treats a woman like he treats the church, like he treats his own body. So never let a man mistreat you in any way, shape, or form. And do not mistreat him either, because God, you have that role the same way you're supposed to treat your husband. There's a reason why we are to be yoked, and we're supposed to be you're supposed to be a helpmate, according to what the word of God says, to help each other, a team, if you will. So, but don't be subservient to no man for nothing. No. And don't act like some of these, you know what I'm saying, but if you know your role and you're doing it in God's will, when he's talking to you and trying to teach you about something, like I'm giving you a modern day term of what it means to be subservient to a man. When it comes to the teaching of God, no, honey, no, it's all spiritual. It's all spiritual, sweetheart. It's spiritual. No, this is flesh. I understand. I know it's hard to understand, but see, when he came back to fulfill, you're falling. This is a flesh that you're falling for, sweetheart. See, it says right here, right? Colossians 2:14. Once was written on tables of stone. Remember, honey, they pounded out the law. It was the 10 Commandments. It was pounded out on tablets, stone. He blotted that written law out. Now it's blotted out and it's sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb. No, honey, it's not Israel in the desert. That's not what it is. I know. No, we're not going to Israel. Israel is the body, brothers. It's sisters. It's the temple. No, honey. No. There's no physical anything. We're not under that testament. You gotta have to teach. See, why does a man not sit down and teach his wife these things, so then she could teach the kids these things? So when he went to work, she wouldn't be teaching him, oh, okay, we're going to go happy birthday party at Little Johnny. Said, no, we're not going to no birthday parties. That's Satanist. You either go there and you tell them, and you go upset that whole apple cart. Go there, sure. But then you tell them and you show them in the book of Ecclesiastes 7:1. You show them where we're not supposed to celebrate birth. And then show them, if they want to, bring them on the internet. Give them, that's the best gift you can give them. Show them there's only 2 birth dates in all of Scripture. And then even celebrate birth. Only Satanists celebrate birth, and it was the birth of the sun god Satan, Mithra, the sun god, Nimrod. If they don't want it, leave. You've done it. That's what you should give. That's the best gift you can give anybody. See, how does anybody act like this? Brothers, sisters, nobody you know. That's what I say. I know that I can't equally yoke to no women. I don't know no women who think like that. Not any women in my life. They're saying I don't have no life, but I'm just saying, this hardly anybody thinks like that. I don't know anybody that can teach. Do you hear any pastors teaching their flock this lesson about, just like Lisa said, it's a spiritual Israel. It's not some place that even during World War II, that was such an apostasy. There's nothing to World War II. Remember we were talking about just unalive one ethnicity? Those weren't that's 2,600 years ago. That was all destroyed. There's no Israel physical. That's all Masonic, founded off of the celestial markers I've already told you in the firmament, a triple conjunction of Jupiter and Aries, or Jupiter and Saturn and Aries. Very, very rare conjunction. But it also led to this, where it would allow them to show, when that happened, this is the start of this series of the cosmos, an orderly arrangement, brothers, sisters. That's what the word cosmos means, an orderly arrangement. Get it? 3 triple. This is all leading to the last generation. They knew exactly the way these. Yes, they did. They've always known it. Yeah, well, because of that Satan with birth. We're not supposed to celebrate birth, LM. We don't celebrate birth, then you wouldn't celebrate Christmas, right? You know right out the gate. Now, wait a minute. We're not supposed to be celebrating birth. I read the book of Ecclesiastes 7:1. We're not supposed to celebrate anything. There's not one single holiday that you should be celebrating right now. Not one. None. Not one. Nope. He nailed all those customs, traditions, sacrifice, rituals, and the laws of the flesh to a tree. Blotted them out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. Once was written on tables of stone. Once again, honor thy father, thy mother. Those were written in the 10 Commandments. Those are on tables of stone, as now blotted out. The laws of the flesh, the written laws, now spiritual, sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. We're not under the law of the flesh. Now your body's a temple. He destroyed the physical temple. Remember the sword, the famine, the pestilence of the beast. He destroyed that temple. Did we ever cover what the beast is? No. What's the beast? Does anybody know what the beast is? We covered the sword, the famine, the pestilence, the beast. Yes, we did. Executive Order 11004. Relocating you. They wandered the desert, remember? Relocating you. Here we go again. You're going to be turned to a pillar of salt. You don't get out of the way. Uh-oh. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. Uh-oh. Don't double demon and tell him you ate the cookies. You gave him the gifts, you double demon. Oh my gosh. Think about that. How did we not figure that out, guys? Again, my dad died celebrating that holiday, killed him, you know. No, the beast is in when he says the four, not the same beast that I'm talking about, because there's many beasts in scripture. Thank you for your comment, but that's not the same beast that I'm speaking about. I'm talking about when he says he'll send the sword, the famine, the pestilence, and the beast. Not like the beast out of the sea, or it gave its power and its authority, not his power and his. You've been reading that Lollipop Motel 6, Chris. Oh, yep, watered down milk, huh? You might want to get back to that interlinear. So, but not the beast of the four swords that he says he'll send the four swords. And the four swords are the sword, the famine, the pestilence, and the beast. And that's when the beast overtakes you. Bye-bye, America. Good to know you, America Ever After. Check out that channel on YouTube. There's a YouTube channel. You want to see me blogging way back here on the internet? Drop America Ever After is a channel. You can see me. I don't know how old that channel is. Probably 8 or 9 years ago. I don't know how old it is. That's one of my original channels that I did over it. I knew about this day that we're in right now. America Ever After. We're here already. China already came over here, came into San Francisco. They cleaned everybody off the streets. Everybody, they're all gone, and nobody's heard from anybody since. What do you mean the second beast? What are you talking about? The beast isn't America. The beast isn't it. The beast is a world ruling system. But sure, America with its UN and NATO and all its tentacles and all its, sure, I'll buy for that. I'll see your one and raise you one on that. So, but it's not necessarily called out, but it's pretty obvious, you know, all the finest myrrh and linen and frankincense and, you know, Teslas and, you know, Uber Eats and, you know, he's feeling awful familiar, like New Mystery Babylon up in here in the Americas, you know. So 40% of the world's resources consumed by 3% of the world's population for decades. Welcome to New Mystery Babylon. That's right. We even have the finest cannabis now, right? Stay out of the dispensaries, brothers, sisters. Grow your own cannabis, please. Stop. Don't buy those carts. Don't buy those carts. The dragon already put something in them. I'm telling you, I'm getting ahead of the wave. Trying to help you out. Come out of her. Get out of the dispensaries. Go back to. Don't be lazy. Grow your own. Be organic. Don't put no chemicals in it. Nothing man-made. It's not from the land. Don't put it in your plant. Your body doesn't want it. Little guano, little fish emulsion, little worm castings, little tea, you're good. Don't overdo it. Less is more. It's like female. Talk to it. It needs love. That's right. They'll say the captains will be off. Imagine that. Alas, alas, the great Babylon is no more in 1 hour. Yes, it was destroyed, brothers and sisters, and the world will rejoice. Hallelujah. The beast that kept its foot, its boot on the neck of the nations, using the petrodollar for the SWIFT system, the exchange system to convert your dinar, your dong, your ruble. No, cannabis is not the mind control of Satan. I'll ban you if you sit there and tell me that cannabis is anything other than God's medicine. You are doing the works of your father, the devil. You're a demon and distributing lies. Do not distribute lies in this chat, or I will ban you permanently. It is God's medicine when used properly. It is not anything but medicine. They've turned it into a drug, and you're using the right word, but no, don't say that, or I'll permanently ban you out of here. You're okay. Bye. Just leave now on your own. Don't say anything else, or permanently ban that person from this chat anytime you see them. Oh, it stops kids from seizing out and having grand mal seizures. Get the fuck out of here, man. You're a filthy swine. Think about this, brothers, sisters. You are in a state and your child is having grand mal seizures. You give a little bit of cannabis oil and it's going to stop. You're going to be sore for weeks. Feel like you got the shit kicked out of you, you know, as a child, and in a state over, this child just. I'm talking about medicinally, not a drug. Okay, not a drug. Drugs kill people. Cannabis has never killed anybody, brothers and sisters. Too much caffeine, coffee can kill you. Too much nicotine, tobacco can kill you. Heck, two tablespoons of water down the wrong pipe can kill you. Cannabis, it can't. Your cannabis is in your immune system. No, cannabis is in your immune system, brothers and sisters. That idiot just didn't even understand what they're talking about. Why do we have cannabinoids in our, why do they give this to people in their moments of death to give them comfort? This is what they give people, guys, to comfort them in their last moments of death. This idiot's going to come in here with his ignorance and say something so stupid, say it's not God's medicine. Why doesn't it cause the side effects? And it does not work for every single person, brothers and sisters. It doesn't. Sorry, the kitty was getting up in the kennel. It doesn't cure all cancers. Don't you dare go around telling people that cannabis cures all cancers. But you can surely tell them that it does cure most. Yes, it does it. It goes out and it attacks the cancer cells. Radiation kills cancers, but it kills the good cells and the bad cells. Yes, it does work for cancer, but yes, cannabis goes and attacks the good cells, right? No, the bad cells, and it leaves the good cells behind. That's why your hair doesn't fall out. That's why they give this to people who are dying of immune deficiency. Their immune system is collapsing on itself. So they give them cannabis to pump their immune. You know what autoimmune deficiency syndrome is? Remember Dr. Fauci, AIDS? Yeah, that's the whole same guy with the whole another virus. Remember this virus, same virus back then? We're all going to die. And next thing you know, that whole, remember that? It was an immune deficiency, autoimmunity deficiency. So your immune system breakdown. You didn't die of age. Your immune system, you went around, some kind of strain was coming around or something. You got picked that up in your immune system. Body couldn't fight that off and you died. So it helps, so it expands and keeps your immune system strong. It is a medicine. When used properly, this is why they give this to people with AIDS, and it brings them their immune system back up so they don't die. It's not God's medicine. They give this to people when their immune system is collapsing in on itself, brothers and sisters, and it kills them. They give this and it pumps their immune system back to where it should be. It's preventive maintenance. Hold on. I got to do some preventive maintenance. getting a little stress, and stress can cause cancer, heart attacks. Just kidding. Just joking around. I'm not stressed. I'm just joking. So anyways, but it is medicine. It is part of our immune system. It is in all of our bodies. We all produce, naturally, we produce cannabinoids. So how do you produce cannabinoids and naturally in your immune system and it be a bad thing? See what I'm saying? So there's many things that has not been researched because of idiots like that moron who is going to sit there, and it is God's medicine, and the government took it over, and we should have had all the research that we can pinpoint that it's not just CBD and THC. There's CBD, CBN, THC, TCN. There's all these other different parts of this plant that have never been medically researched. You understand? Never been medically researched that would have its own, like they have different things for different ailments, different medicines, different things. I guarantee cannabis is not the cure all, but if they studied some of these others that are in the medicinal of these plants, you'd find that there is many more things to this plant that has never even been discovered. No, because they have not allowed medical research on the plant. It's been a Schedule I felony. So it means it has no medical value. That's the most ignorant thing in the world. So they've been using it for thousands of years. I can go back in scripture and I can find in scripture that they used to burn it, brothers and sisters. They didn't smoke it, out of a pipe, but as they burnt myrrh, frankincense, they also burned cannabis in the air. They didn't puff on it in the air because it has medicinal properties, just like things like antimicrobial and bacterial, and there's other properties again with this plant that nobody wants to talk about, but they used to burn this along with their other, like incense, if you will. I'm trying to make you understand. This isn't something where they smoked it, but they burned it in the air like they did myrrh, which had medicinal value. Frankincense had medicinal values as well. These aren't the only things. These are the ones that are taught. Many things have been pulled out. If you'll go through, I don't teach this. This isn't in the 66. I'm talking about a lot of things. Again, I don't talk about on this platform because it's not here for me. This is about fellowshipping with my brothers and sisters and the gospel. That's it. Bringing people to brothers and gyms. I have a lot of studies outside of here that I just do not talk about, but they used cannabis for millions of years as far as I'm concerned, brothers and sisters. Okay. So there's your 6,000 life, whatever this. Look, it's been used since the beginning of time. Again, I'm going to say it. We're going to get off this subject. The oldest person that they have found on this earth, completely frozen intact, when they thawed him out, he had a pouch, a leather pouch, obviously made of some kind of hide. And in that pouch had female cannabis. So we've been smoking it since the beginning of time. Okay. Now what they've done to it now, I don't agree with it. But for somebody to tell me it's not God's medicine, it gets me a little frustrated because it should have been medicinally approved a long time ago. But then that would have taken down the big farm guys, and you wouldn't have all these big farm guy companies, your Pfizer, your Johnson & Johnson, your Moderna, all these big pharma companies. That cannabis would destroy a lot of the industry. Would it destroy everything? No, and those people are stupid. They would, if they just got into those niches of the things that cannabis didn't cure, a lot of those things would obviously have a higher market. But they're just stingy. They want it all, and they want to make everything, And so one of those things that they've tried to do is, try to sit there and say that they can make all these things, chemicals, better. If you choose not to use cannabis, great. But if you're going to use it, I do not think that I remember when I was young in faith, I felt so guilty for using it, and I might have a little bit of in me by the end of the night or something, read scripture and felt like, oh, I'm feeling guilty. And then I'm like, no, whatever. And then I actually read it one time, and I was pretty medicated at the time, and things started coming a little more clear. I was like, I could just concentrate a little bit better. Wasn't thinking about anything else. I could actually focus on the word. And I was like, well, I was like, whoa, then I started feeling guilty about that for a while. I'm like, why is that? And, and then I shied away, and then I went back and tried it again. I'm like, wow, some of these things that I was having a hard time understanding, I'm kind of, because I can stay concentrated. A lot of the times, guys, when I would read things, I'd learned how to read things backwards, speed read, and I could pass a book report without reading a book. So that was the wrong thing to do. So I went to read scripture, and I was really serious about it. I get that Charlie Brown going in my head, and I don't like that especially when I'm reading the word. Now, if I'm just reading something else, I don't care. You guys know what I mean about Charlie Brown when he's talking on the phone, and you're like, there, wah, 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 wah. I read the first 2, 3, maybe a chapter, pages, I might get 4 or 5, and then it just goes, I'm reading it, but it's not, it wah, 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 and like, I want to, and so I'd slow down and I, read it, because I go back and reread. I get to a point where I feel like I understand everything, and then I get to where I don't. And then I go back and I read it all until I don't. And I read it all until I don't. And I read it all until, I get it. So anyways, I had a weird way of studying. Because remember, I told you I read it backwards. And then I was like, hey, that doesn't work. I better figure this out. I better reread. And so I started back. Obviously, didn't read the Old Testament first, started with Matthew, then read, whatever. We all have our own journey through the scriptures. But if that makes sense, again, just we all have our own way that the Father reveals the word to us. And obviously it was a strange way for him to me, but I used cannabis because I've busted myself up in the military, and I've been in 3 car accidents. I broke my back again a second time in a car accident. I don't do drugs. Anybody knows me. I don't care what anybody does, but the problem I have with most people is that they think they can do it every day. And even like alcohol, you can't drink alcohol every day. Maybe a couple beers. I wouldn't do any more than a couple beers, more a couple days in a row. Never, no more than 2 drinks, number 2 days in a row. See, you can drink on the weekends, work all week, drink on the weekends, you're good. See, whatever, you're fine. Enjoy your weekend. Do whatever. Whatever. Just punch the clock to barely get by, to beat the man, whatever. Hopefully you maybe got a good job or whatever. You should be able to do what you want on the weekends. It's your business, you know what I mean? As long as you're not going anywhere, hurting anybody else, or, running anybody else over, or smashing somebody with a boat out on the lake or whatever, whatever. It is what it is. So that's why I've always tried to tell people, you should set a limit. And that's the good thing about, mine is always, alcohol's not my thing. It's just not my thing. Like I said, a little bit's okay. I actually didn't really like beer much growing up. I didn't think it tastes very good, but now actually I kind of like a beer or something, but normally 1 is all I can handle. Can't drink a second one. I just pour it out, and drinking a second beer makes me tired. I just pass out. It's too much, too strong. I'm a lightweight. So try not to. But anyways, my point is again, guys, a lot of these things that people do, they think they can do as a lifestyle and do it daily. And some things you can do recreationally, and I don't support any of them. I don't really, but what people do, it is whatever they do. I've said this to people, like somebody, let's say you're a CEO of a company, right? You got all kinds of money, and how much you want to bet that a CEO does meth? I can't stand that stuff. It makes me throw up just thinking about it. But if that CEO does it, and he does it recreationally 3 to 5 times a year, and nobody even knows he does it, does that make him a meth head? A Mexican American? Right? I wouldn't touch stuff, guys, with a 10-foot pole. Ugh. I would care more about, oh my God, I'm getting this kind of weird taste in my mouth just thinking about how disgusting that is. Um, but it's okay. That's just to me, like taste buds, everything's different. I just don't want to, I don't want to destroy my body like that. I wasn't very nice to my body when I was young. So I don't think that makes you, uh, um, I have a friend and truthfully with him sober, no one can stand him. Even me. He's totally different, and then he smokes and he's someone else. Like what happened here? Kind. Huh, interesting. That sucks, lady in red, that he can't be the same way both times, but that's okay. Uh, that's kind of a bummer. I've, like I said, even like, remember, because whatever, they locked me up, put me in jail for a couple weeks or whatever, and I don't need it, but it just helps. Like I said, I don't get, uh, I don't get stoned, or I don't get even like a head change. I just get medicated. I've used cannabis for a long time, and I don't. So yeah, I don't know. I know when I was young, I used to. uh, he might regulate that. Maybe someday they can regulate that in Lady in Red, and get him to where he doesn't need it or doesn't have it, and can get to some more. Cannabis is a good medicine. They say it's a gateway drug, but I know a lot of people who use it and have used it to get off of drugs, guys, hardcore drugs. Some people have used. Um, so, yeah, well, there we go. People who work for companies like Apple, Microsoft, and Tesla. Yeah, LM that, remember, and I don't do that. Like I said, I always feel like I'm already feel uppity like that, so I don't need to feel like, that stuff makes me feel anything that I would do that would have a pill that have like a pain medication make me feel like I'm jumping out of my skin. You know what I'm saying? I literally feel like I was crawling. I already had people accuse me of doing drugs like that, uppers like, dude, you don't never slow down. You don't ever stop, dude. Heck no. It'd probably just make me pass out because I'm wired backwards too, so, um, but, if you remember your historical record in this country, they widely prescribed cocaine for everything. Women were sick, nauseous, pregnant women, headaches, and tons of ailments for decades in this country, brothers and sisters. Decades, cocaine was widely prescribed in this country. They even put it in soda. So people do not know their history at all. At all. It's kind of funny how people just, so my point, that we'll get off this whole subject, but my point that I'm making here is that, brothers, sisters, I don't, it's not what goes in a man or a woman that defiles that woman or man. It's what comes out of him or her that defiles him or her. You understand? So I don't understand how people think they can do these things. Cocaine, even things that are what's that all about, Gregory? Where's that come from? Heavy metals, and heavy metals aren't good for you, so don't ingest heavy metals, brothers, sisters. So, and actually, I'm going to make a thing, and then I'm going to get off here, guys. Would you please go watch Casey? Is his name? His name is Casey. And he did a video today, his live stream. He does a live stream every morning, guys. Man, if you guys don't watch Casey, he's the best decoder on the planet. There's not a better decoder than Casey. He did a decode today on the copper. Brothers and sisters, please go watch his video today that Casey did on Enter the Stars. Enter the Stars. Yeah, it's a lot of people have split personality now. It's not uncommon because of, again, I want you to think about it, guys. It's not just that they might be medicated. Think about people's sugar levels. Think about people's sugar levels. No, Casey from Enter the Stars. Enter the Stars. He did a decode today, guys, on copper. Copper. Please go watch that. He's done tons of videos on copper before and how it relates to a lot of different things. Copper turns blue when it oxidizes. The blue, E-N-T-E-R, enter, like enter, enter a building, enter the stars, and watch Casey's like a 40-minute video. Casey doesn't do short, he does decodes. So I think sugar makes people crazy. They swing a lot, and then that could bring on, because they label people with a lot of things now this day and age, ADHD and all these, different. They really, guys, they put so many different, the whole psychiatrist and psychology industry, that is a scam. Another scam with the big farm guy. Labeling people with all these ailments and things. I'm not saying that people don't have things like split personality, guys, and things like that. I'm not saying that people don't mood swing and people don't, we're not supposed to be androids. We're not just sit there or robots at one thing, have some swings, but some people, the way they bounce back and forth, that's what I'm telling you, it's like they're diabetic. There a lot of people are, and they act nuts, and they don't ever get tested, and people don't know why, and they're not telling anybody why they act the way they do, but they're just get a little loopy, and if you start mixing, yeah, he's been doing it for a long time. His channel name is Casey at Enter the Stars, and he's been decoding for 10 or 12 years on this platform. I'm pretty sure 10 years or something like that. It's been a long time. And his decodes are, I'm so happy for Casey. He met a young lady, and they have a place, and he's off grid now, out in a nice spot, and I think she supports him. I think they do their decodes together. He finally met his equally yoked wife, and he has a beautiful spot. It's just two like shotgun type cheese sheds put together, seamed together, but he turned it into a beautiful place out there. He's got and he gets to do this full time. He has done it full time before. He was married at one point, kids, in the big pharma industry, served in medical and all that. You can find his backstory, but Casey is just a gift from the above, because he's a man of God, and his whole channel is about decoding and showing you guys that they put this scripture in all the movies, and everything is done. Like when they do a thing like in a movie, everything, everywhere, everything's set the way the clock is, to down to almost how many grains of sand are in a thing. And they're really particular about even B-rated movies, guys. And so Casey does a lot of your decodes on a lot of your movies. He's a movie decoder, and he'll decode other things, events, Super Bowl halftime. He does the best halftime Super Bowl show decodes on the planet. Now, there's a lot of decoders that do these halftimes, but I always watch Casey because he always has a different perspective that nobody gets. He truly is probably the best decoder on the earth. He just has done it for so long now. He just sees things, and then he'll go back and he'll redo his studies. So I want to give big props, because Casey put out an amazing video today on copper. He put a lot of work into the video, guys. You'll see he put a lot of work, and it's a lot about health and nutrition. And I'll kind of give you the gist without giving you the whole thing. No, don't do that. Look, I won't give the whole thing away. Copper is very important in our body, okay? And we need it as much as our body is. It's toxic. It's like a fight between the iron in our blood and the copper. And that's like the blue bloods and the red bloods, brothers and sisters. That's like Cain and Abel. It's incredible how Casey decodes. He's a yep. There you guys go. You'll enjoy his all any time that you spend on Casey's. I don't care what he's decoding or what he's doing. It is worth your time. I can't watch all his lives, but man, he's always on in the morning, and it's good. It's a good wake up to Casey. It's nice to. It's a pleasure to hear his voice. I love his voice. He has a very pleasing, subtle, nice, soft voice. He's kind of like Daniel Vallis, just pleasant to listen to. He's not all over the place. You don't get excited like me. Never heard him cuss. He's really a quite the gem of a decoder. He really has spiritual eyes, like when it comes to these movies, to see things that the world, and he's done, Casey has really done a tremendous job at decoding Donald Trump. So if you truly want to see, there's actually two channels that I really would prefer that you guys take a look at too on this. I believe it was Informed Christians that Lady in Red just dropped a link to. I want you to look up the movie Back to the Future. And I'm pretty sure it was Informed Christians that did the decode on it. I'm telling you guys, just like the first 30 seconds of the movie or 15 seconds is like a half-hour decode. 45 minutes almost. Just the first 15 seconds of the movie. And if you didn't know, did you listen to Casey's voice? It's very calming. It's nice and, in the morning. I don't mind in the morning. I'm a morning person. So not morning, I don't like whatever, but first part of the day, twice. If somebody's in the house, I'll be quiet. You know what I'm saying? I don't, but in the morning, I prefer not to have, like I said, I kind of like my morning time to be nice and more. So Casey's a nice person to listen to first part of the day because he has a nice soft voice. It's any time of the day. And same thing with Daniel Vallis. But please check out their videos on, I'm pretty sure it was Informed Christians. I'm about 99% sure. And I'm sure you'll find 10 decodes on Back to the Future, 20 decodes on Back to the Future from Casey, from Into the Stars. They both have done decodes. But I think please go check. If Daniel Vallis at Informed Christians has a decode on Back to the Future, will you please watch that? Because that will rip your freaking veil. It will just pull your, you'll see, you'll be a changed man or a woman at that point. If you can make it through that decode from Informed Christians on, you might want to go see Casey because he does others, and it doesn't matter what you watch with Casey or whatever he's going to be. He's almost like watching Brother Jim Brown. It doesn't matter what you click on. It's going to be a good video. He just does such good work. And I believe too, Brother Casey, he always gives props to God. He gives all glory to the Father. You know what I'm saying? Oh, really? Yeah, I need to get off the darn coffee. So, but anyways, thanks for letting me drop all these links here, you guys, with these channels. I like to share these other channels because there's other people out there that are doing just tremendous work, like my brother Jim at Grace and Truth, my teacher, my pastor. I thank you so, God, the Father, that he sent Brother Jim to tell me to, Tracy, you lack fellowship. Stop isolating yourself. You stay without talking to people for months and months at a time is not a good thing. It's one thing, to maybe talk a little bit up in town, but you don't even fellowship with nobody. You need to talk with your brothers and sisters in Christ. You love the Word of God, I can tell, and you need to make sure you go out and iron sharpens iron. So I thank my brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries, because I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now if, the Father didn't lead him to tell me that. And you guys are such a blessing in my life, and I appreciate having this. This could go down at any moment, guys. Please remember how vulnerable we are. The internet went down here the other day for about 30 minutes or something on the live stream. It crashed. Everybody's phones went down out here. I don't know. It wasn't a permanent thing or anything, but it just made me think how vulnerable we are. So get all your preps and plates, maybe write down some stuff on the internet, print some stuff off. Don't be in panic, but you might want to act like the internet might be there tomorrow. Just act like that, act like your phone's off. Look at it and know it's on, but act like it's off, and then ask yourself, like this, for example, guys, like if the internet went down, remember the last time I live streamed, it saved my life, brothers and sisters. I believe, and I'm not trying to save my life, but it's been said more than one time that if I didn't get out of this house that day and I didn't live stream when the state of Oregon came and swatted my house, that they would have shot me. It was because the live stream was going that they got put in a situation I don't think they had planned for. I believe they had an A plan, and that was it. They went with it and tried to do the element of surprise, and it backfired on them because God stood in the way. So if the internet went down, brothers and sisters, I wouldn't have that ability. You guys would never know what happened to me ever again. I'd be gone. No more Tracy. No more, predestined for light. It could happen like that. I thought, wow. The other day I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. I can't live stream this. No, my viewers wouldn't know, and they could just come do whatever they want to me. And I don't care, whatever. I don't live in fear like that. I just put the live stream up so it's there to record it. It's just not. It helps. Obviously, you should always document but think about what I'm telling you. Imagine if the internet went down, and they try to come back out to this house, do something nefarious to me again. How would you know? Nobody would know. I don't have any friends. I don't have any family. I don't. Nobody would know. That would be it. So I don't live in fear. The Father's stronger than that. He has a higher power than they do. So I just want you to think about that. For somebody like me, like I said, look how vulnerable I become. At that point, I have no way of recording anything. They can just do that to any one of us. They can shut your phone off and just come get you. Think about that. NDAA, like I said, National Defense Authorization Act. So be ready to go at any moment. They come knocking at you, or the internet can go down. That's a little extreme for my case, but that's me. What about you? What's your case if the internet went down? If your phone shut off, or you have everything you need out of it? It's fried. It never turned on again. You have it all written down. You have all those papers, all those numbers in your phone written down somewhere. And talking stuff like that, guys. Just try to do it kind of slow and smooth. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, just kind of plan ahead a little bit if you can, if that makes sense. Plan to have no internet for a minute, for a day or a week or something. Now you can't call anybody. Remember, with no internet, you have no phone. No internet, you don't have a phone. You're done. That's it. You're frozen in place. Remember? When the internet goes down, that's right. So I'm just right. Think about it. We don't even have any numbers written down. We should write all these numbers down just in case, but I don't. I'm a hypocrite at this point. I don't have any numbers. I don't call anybody, so I'm not worried about calling anybody, but a lot of you guys have a pretty big list of people you keep in touch with, friends and family and things like that. So yeah, there's a reason why they call them smartphones, because I think they've dumbed us down for sure. Thank you for your statement there, K-Step. I do agree with you. I know I won't put a phone up to my face. I don't do this thing with the phone. I haven't done that in probably, I don't know, 7 or 8 years, 10 years. I don't know, it's been a long time. I used to think it was rude when people were talking and yeah, there's still other phones out there. There's other phones, but most of the public's not going to have a sat phone or a landline. You know what I'm saying? We're all attached to these i and Android phones. Come on, we're all guilty. We're all guilty. Some of us don't, but not as a majority. I mean, I got a ham radio and things like that too, but just think about that ahead is all I'm trying to get you to prepare like that, guys. Little things make, a big difference like that. Having a hard copy of your phone numbers would make a big difference. What if you could never get back into your phone again? See, we don't really know anybody's numbers anymore, guys. You used to be able to tell all your friends' phone numbers. You probably can still even remember your original phone number. Yes, you do. You remember your original phone number when you grew up as a kid, your major phone number. You had a phone, the landline phone. If you're old like me, you had a phone and you remember your phone number. You might even remember some of your friends. Probably not, maybe a couple, but you did remember all your friends' phone numbers. You know what I'm saying? Remember? But you remember your old phone number when you were growing up as a kid. You know what I'm saying? All of us kind of do, so to speak. Isn't that weird? But now we can't remember, and we know our own, but we don't know any of our friends. We don't know anybody's number. Yeah. 555. What was the other one? Is 555 1212? It's 555. Okay, yeah. So that was it. That was the other one. We're going back to the old. At the tone, the time will be. We used to call 411 to get the skinny, right? Oh, good stuff, Ella. Isn't that kind of funny how far we've come? You're attached to your landline, your phone, your phone. Remember how long that cord, you could buy a cord that was like 15 feet or something, or like, 20 feet, you get away from the phone. You felt like you were, the word, you let your fingers do the walking. Remember that? The yellow pages, the phone book. Your name was in the phone book, right? Does anybody have a phone book anymore? Yes, cayenne powder. Telephone booths, exactly. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, a collect call from Mom. I'm at Johnny's. I'll be home by dinner. Remember that? You guys remember how we leave a voicemail? That's the first voicemail, so to speak. Remember? That's how we do our, you make a collect call when you have any money. Yep. I'll be home by dinner. I'm over here. I'm down at the gas station. Bye. You guys remember that? The old collect call trick. When you didn't have any money to call home, you call collect. How long did you get? Bob had a baby, it's a boy. Yep. Yeah. Oh, man. A telephone call was a dime, right? Oh, man. Oh, that was the life. Man, I want to go back to that. I want to go back to those days, man. Those were some good old days, man, where, yeah, you'd pile all your friends in the phone booth and see how many people you can get in the phone booth. We used to do that. Yeah, payphone. That's like, I think a modern day, Generation Z would see a payphone, they wouldn't know what to do with it. Like, what is that? Rotary. 1 5 0. Yeah. Oh, you guys remember the clear phones? You guys remember the clear phones in the 80s where you could see all the stuff inside? Ooh, and they have the one that lit up. You guys remember that? You remember that phone? The clear phone? That was like 80s style Nagel, when Taco Bell looked like Nagel. You guys remember when Taco Bell looked like Nagel painting? It was like what was that? Like, what's that blue that they used? Blue, pink, white, and like the Nagel. Remember when Taco Bell looked like that? Oh, yeah. Well, they used to have they had the enchilito. I didn't eat that, but they had the enchilito. I remember that thing that came in the tray. Oh, back when Taco Bell was actually didn't blow you. It didn't blow out your backside. Oh, Taco Bell used to be way different back then too, guys. Oh, hey, Taco Bell actually had the bell because they had the arch and they had that bell up in there. You had the brick building. That was the Taco Bell. What if I get me on the Taco Bell kick? Why did I think of Taco Bell? Caramel apple empanadas. I didn't eat nothing like that, but I know people used to really like the Taco Bell. Used to have taco burgers, guys. You remember? They used to have a taco burger at Taco Bell. Kind of like Taco Time, I think, does that now. Ooh, disgusting. Taco Time. Fast food just sounds so disgusting, man. I don't see how we eat that stuff, but call time for my sister. Work 89. Me 10:24 donate. You won't be 1 second. Oh man, the Bell Beefer. Oh man, yeah, they had some wild. Boy, they've done some pretty wild menu items through the years. Boy, Taco Bell is just. Listen, guys, I got to go after this, but I have to admit that I made a huge mistake. That I did one time go to Taco Bell. I just went over there one time because it's been forever. I don't know how long ago. It's probably been a few years ago because I said I didn't eat no fast food well, but I seen your noggles. Oh my goodness. How about, don't get me started. I'm going to have some Pollo Loco. Pop rocks. Oh my goodness. You guys remember like soda? like soda? That was a thing. But all right, let's wrap it up because I'll keep going. Just talking about the 80s and stuff. Boy, those sure were some amazing times that we, used to ride around in the back of Tab, Bobcat Goldwith. I remember that. He always did the commercials for Tab. But riding around in the back of a pickup truck, life was pretty amazing back then. And, we should enjoy the times that we have now, guys, because I'm sure we're going to look in the future. Seriously, think about this for 1 minute. I know times are tough right now, and they really have gotten quite out of control. But these are the good times, guys. These are the good times. According to the Word of God, nothing is supposed to get better. Let's be real. We've been really real in here. I appreciate it. I feel like I got to speak real freely tonight, and I didn't get off in the gospel too much. We just kind of had a free. Didn't that have some kind of weird taste to it, Lisa? Didn't it have like saccharin? Didn't Tab have some kind of sweetener in it? I remember too. I didn't like the taste of the Tab. Remember they had Jolt Cola too, right? But if you think about what I'm telling you, you guys, Fresca, yeah. When you're sick, you drink that, right? Fresca and ginger ale, and those are the ones you want to. Yeah, it did have some kind of weird. I think they tried to do a sweetener, and that was one of the first time they added some kind of artificial sweetener. But since this is a channel that's truly devoted to the Word of God and discerning things with my brothers and sisters in Christ so that we can be prepared, be wise, loins girded in His service, we need to understand what the Word of God tells us. And in the Word of God, according to where we're at right now, it doesn't say that anything's going to get better, guys. It says sorrows, like a woman in travail, like a labor. And that means that those waves of labor are going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. I'm not telling you that you couldn't even thrive in this environment if you got on the right side of this. But as a whole, do not expect things to get better. We're not going back to 2019. We're not going to make America great. That is not what is going to happen. So try to remember that these are the best of times. Just like we're looking back at the 80s and going, darn it, man. We're going to look back at this day sometime, guys, and go, man, remember when it was that good? So we still have it pretty good right now, guys. We're on this platform. Nobody's banging down our doors at this point. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's banging down our doors. We're here. We're talking. Thank you, Father. We're here. We're blessed. We're having a pretty open conversation. We're talking about God. You can't do this putting our, neck on in a guillotine and saying, who's your God? Who do you play? We may get there someday. So let's be thankful that we can still gather in His name. Where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my name, there I will be in their midst. But these are the good times. And it's hard to think about that because these times are nuts right now. These things are crazy. But we're going to look back, guys, and wish one day. We're going to wish for this right now. So thank you guys for being a part of this time that I'm going to remember back in history. I'm going to remember this is a really good This is a really good open. Guys, I have a really hard time about talking about something without not talking about God. If you follow my channel, it just can't, it's almost impossible for me to do. I almost always go talking about this. And so I think I did really good at keeping myself from going off into the gospel. And I love the word. But I also like to talk about real things too that are in the world that we got to think about. And I think this is a real open conversation. And, like I said, I appreciate it because these are memories that, that are going to stick with me. And this is our good times, guys, so try to remember tomorrow too. Okay. Try to make tomorrow that good time. And I want to leave with this. We do live in that book, brothers, sisters, Revelation. Okay, I want you to think about that time was spoken of thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago, they spoke of this time. And this is a very special time to be here, brothers and sisters, in history. In a moment of time where we got to, again, at the time of Christ, 2 and 3 BC, the conjunction of the morning and the king's star, we passed from the age of fire to water. In our time, we left that age of water and came into fire. So this is the same thing. This is the same thing that we were in at the time of Christ. The same things are happening again, brothers and sisters. Hallelujah. The Star of Bethlehem. That was the changing of an age. We saw that in 2015. Hallelujah. That hadn't happened in over 2,600 years, brothers and sisters. We got to be a witness to it. And I know most people didn't, but what a blessing. And then in 2020, just like again at the time of Christ, when we went from fire to water, we went from water to air. Yep, we went from Aries to Pisces, Pisces to Aquarius. We're in the new age, brothers and sisters. We are in the last book in Scripture. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. What a blessing to be in the last book. We are in that age of understanding. In the end of days, the knowledge will be increased. Here we are. Welcome to the new age, brothers and sisters. What a blessed generation we are to be. As a whole, God could have put us in here 100 years into the future and we would have missed the passing of an age. You had to be born during the time of Christ to be a witness to the passing of an age. You had to be born at the time of Christ. We got to be here for the passing of it. You got to be here for the same thing at the heaven. Do you realize how blessed you are? You'd been born 100 years in the past. You would have missed this. We are a very gifted generation, especially if you understand what I just told you. We are very blessed. So please use this time wisely to be a part of historical, thing. That this won't happen again for another 2,000 plus years, brothers and sisters. That's a lot of lifetimes. You think you're going to be around then? I am. I'll be eternal. I ain't no never end, just so you know. I ain't playing. I'll be back. Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, John Connor. No, I'm not. Just kidding. All right. Much love, guys. Seriously, enjoy your days. These are the better days. Today was a better day. Today was the good day. We're going to look back at this day and wish to God we could be just like we are today. We really will. Try to gather that thought and look around in your life. If you have somebody in your life, you know what I'm saying, that loves you and tells you that they love you and has people, there are people who don't have that in their life. And they're still out there and they still try to exist amongst you. Okay. So if you have people in your life and family and friends and enjoy what you have, okay, give them a hug, give them a kiss, tell them you love them, because nothing in this life is, certain. The only thing certain is change and death. Pretty much, right? What's make us all in common? In the end, we all die. So this, is where you're going to go. Truly is. Okay. So thank you so much for your time. Time's so extremely important in this time. You can print money and you can buy more land, but you can't buy more time. You can't buy more. No, taxes are not. You don't have to pay. Well, some things, but you can try to minimize your taxes. You're pretty much, because you have to pay taxes on your land until you die, or you don't really ever own it. Darn it. Why'd you have to remind me of that? That's what my dad said. The only thing you have to do is eat, sleep, poop, pay taxes, and die. So, all right, guys. You guys are the best. This is an amazing channel. It's one of the best channels, spiritual channels. It's a very stand-alone channel, too. I know it's not like any other spiritual channel, or I'm not a Christian. I'm not a religious person. I love the Word of God. I love word studying it, and I love sharing it with you guys, and I love you guys coming in here and, being a part of it. This community is very special to me, and I thank God today that I have this. You guys are a big part of this. Remember, this channel is 17,000 people, not one host. It is a community. So I'll see you guys again on the next live stream. Go do whatever it is that you should be doing. You have 50 some days until this celestial Jovian pinch, guys. I don't think the days are going to be very easy in about a month from now. I think the weather will be quite different. So hopefully we can stay on this platform as long as we can and preach this gospel, teach this gospel, share this gospel, and iron sharpen irons up until the last day. That'd be awesome. Wouldn't that be? Until the whatever, the end of the world as we know it. And I feel fine. I can't wait, guys. I love you guys. Come on, death, right? So they'll wish for death, but they will not find it. All right. Always agape, guys. Much phileo. If you want to help me out, if you have any extra change you want to throw my way, help me out monetarily, that's great. If not, thank you for your valuable comments. Your time is way more important than any money you could ever give me, because again, they could print money, but they can't get your time back. Thanks for letting me taking it from you guys. Love you guys. Thank you so much for everybody who supports this channel through coming back and monetarily. It's a blessing just to be here in this time and age with you guys. God's watching us, guys. He sees what we're doing in here. Thanks for being a part of it. All right. Always agape. I'm Apocalypse. I love the truth, brothers and sisters. That's the word aletheia. Thanks for letting me bring it to you this evening, morning, wherever you're at, or if you're listening to the stream. Leave a comment. Make sure you have hit that thumbs up button before you go. That sure helps the algorithm. Share anything on this content platform. Please look at the 3 videos that talk about 1024, the title shift, and the 6th extinction event on the channel videos. I am Revelation. Whoa.